الله الرحمن الرحيم. Excellency Dr. Jocha Shikeli, Chief Executive Officer of the Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education. Respected Sheikh Ahmed bin Nasser al-Naimi, Chairman of Al-Buraimi University College. Professor Yasir Fuad, Dean of Al-Buraimi University College. Assistant Deans and Heads of Academic Departments. Our esteemed keynote speakers, honored guests and participants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And the best way to begin this blessed day is with verses from the Holy Quran.
والضحى والليل إذا سجى ما ودعك وللآخرة خير لك من الأولى ولسوف يعطيك ربك فترضى ألم يجدك يتيما فآوى ووجدك ضالا فهدى ووجدك عائلا فأغنى فأما اليتيم فلا تقهر وأما السائل فلا تنهر وأما بنعمة ربك فحدث.
It is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to Academic Integrity Day 2025, held under the auspices of Her Excellency Dr. Jocha Shikeli, Chief Executive Officer of Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education. وإنه لمن حسن الطالع ومصدر فخر واعتزاز أن تتزامن هذه المناسبة مع مناسبة غالية على مجتمعنا العماني التي نحمل في طياتها العرفان والإجلال والتقدير والامتنان. إنه يوم المرأة العمانية الذي يصادف 17 من أكتوبر من كل عام. نقف تحية إجلال وتقدير لدورها العظيم في صناعة الأجيال وشراكتها لتنمية الوطن ولتقدمه وازدهاره. إنها الشريكة في البناء في التطور والنماء، صانعة المستقبل ومربية الأجيال. إنها المرأة العمانية في قلوبنا غالية ومكانتها عالية. من هذا المنبر ومن هذا المقام نسطر لها أسمى عبارات الشكر والتقدير، نهنئها بيومها السنوي ونفاخر بها وفي كل الأيام. كل عام وعمان بكن مشرقة، وكل عام وأنتن بألف خير ومسرة. Connected to the translation booth. Now, let's begin with our event. Academic integrity lies at the heart of quality and education. In today's rapidly changing academic landscape, the rise of artificial intelligence brings both great opportunities and serious ethical challenges. Under this year's theme, All Hands on Deck, AI Academic Integrity, Everyone's Job, we highlight the shared responsibility of students, faculty members, and researchers responsibility in the age of AI. Today, we are deeply honored by the presence of Her Excellency Dr. Jocha Shikeri, whose visionary leadership at Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education has advanced educational quality and institutional excellence across Oman's higher education sector. Her commitment to integrity, innovation, and continuous improvement continues to inspire educators and policymakers throughout the region. We extend our deepest gratitude for Her Excellency's support and for gracing this occasion with her auspices. This event, jointly organized by Al Bahraini University College and Ethics at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, reflects our shared commitment to embedding ethical principles in education. Our distinguished keynote speakers will share their expertise on how academic communities can preserve truth, authenticity, and trust while embracing AI-driven progress. On behalf of Al Bahraini University College, I extend a warm welcome to you all and wish you a day filled with insight and inspiration. Before we begin our opening addresses, let us take a moment to watch a short video presentation highlighting the importance of academic integrity, a core value that shapes our learning, teaching, and research practices. This video sheds light on how honesty and responsibility form the foundation of genuine scholarship and excellence at Al Bahraini University College.
This is the end of a presentation. Any question? Victor, do you have any question?
Developing an understanding of what is signified by the notion of a digital economy holds possibilities for explicating the rationale for action pursued in its name.
300,000 employment opportunities, which contribute in employing 35% of the total manpower in Oman.
عرفتوا وين الغلط؟ تعرف وش اللي قالوه الدكاترة؟ كان يفترض انك تكون كاتب هذا البحث بكلماتك، ولكن انت وش سويت؟ نسخت من البحوث اللي في الانترنت ومن الكتب اللي في المكتبة على اساس انه بحثك؟ ليش ما تنسب اللي نسخته لاصحابه؟ هم اللي اجتهدوا وسهروا عشان يطلعوا ببحوث ودراسات وكتب، وانت يجيك بكل سهولة وتنسخ، وفوق هذا تكتبه باسمك. عدل الغلط.
help in this event, it is our honor to invite Professor Yasir Fuad, Dean of Al-Buraimi University College, to deliver his opening remarks.
Very good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Dr. Joe Khashkeli, Chief Executive Officer of the Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education, Sheikh Ahmed bin Nasser al-Naimi, Chairman of the Buraimi University College, esteemed guests, respected faculty, colleagues, and students, it gives me great pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Every year, on the 3rd of Wednesday of October, the world celebrates the International Day of Action for Academic Integrity, a global event that promotes the importance of academic integrity as a fundamental value in both academic and professional life. Today, we gather here at Al-Buraimi University College to put all hands on deck and commemorate the Academic Integrity Day in proud collaboration with the SS Co-Chair at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, UTES. This occasion is not just a date on the calendar. It's a powerful reminder that the values that shape who we are as individuals, as institutions, and as a society. Academic integrity is the cornerstone of higher education. It's the foundation on which trust, credibility, fairness, honesty, and respect are built. However, as much as we are here to celebrate, we are here also to reflect. Across the world, and in an age of tremendous technological transformations, academic dishonesty remains a challenge. Plagiarism, cheating, falsification of data, and misuse of technology pose serious risks to the credibility of academic institutions, threatening individual achievement and public trust in education and research. Artificial intelligence technologies, while helping enhance learning and support research and innovation, also blur the lines between genuine intellectual effort and automated output. The ease of accessing generative tools has raised complex questions about authorship, originality, and ethical responsibility. In her book, Plagiarism in Higher Education, Sarah Eaton states that we are living in a post-plagiarism era, and that AI tools are here to stay and will only become more sophisticated. For Eaton, and I'm quoting her words, hybrid human and AI writing will become normal. There is little, if any, writing being created now that does not have some input from AI. It is therefore futile to try to ban their use to protect academic integrity, and the only way to deal with generative AI is to move beyond defining plagiarism, focusing instead on ethical learning, on how to teach, how to assess, how to conduct research in a world where descriptions of academic conduct have changed. For this reason, raising awareness is crucial. We must work together, students, faculty, researchers, and universities, to spread a culture of integrity, where honesty is valued above shortcuts, and where the pursuit of knowledge is authentic and respected. At Al-Buraimi University College, we take great pride in being an institution that not only values integrity, but actively cultivates and nurtures it. Integrity comes at the forefront of BUC's strategic plan's value. Each year, the college celebrates the Academic Integrity Day to raise awareness and strengthen the culture of ethical responsibility among students, faculty, and staff. BUC has also established comprehensive academic integrity policies designed to promote honesty, transparency, and respect for intellectual property, guided by the standards set forth in the OAAA QA manuals, ensuring that our practices align with national and international benchmarks. Furthermore, the college has invested in modern technologies, including advanced AI-powered plagiarism detection systems, to ensure fairness and uphold accountability. These measures reflect our belief that integrity must be both a guiding value and a lived experience, present in every classroom, every research project, and every academic endeavor. Today's event stands as a reflection of that very belief, with the presence of distinguished speakers and attendees from diverse backgrounds. The event serves also as an opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment and deepen our understanding of academic integrity across varied educational and cultural contexts. The gracious sponsorship of the occasion by Her Excellency Dr. J. Khashkeli, Chief Executive Officer of the Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education, stands as a testament to the vital role that OAAQA plays in supporting initiatives that promote academic good practices and quality in higher education. Your Excellency, we're deeply honored by your presence today, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your continued support and leadership. Thanks also go to the SS co-chair at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Dr. Musab, thank you so much, for their valued collaboration in organizing this important event, and the distinguished presenters joining us from Oman, from France, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. Their presentations on the interplay between critical thinking, quality assurance, artificial intelligence, education, research, and integrity will undoubtedly be enlightening to all of us. And finally, a special word of thanks goes to Dr. Rana Nuaimi, Director of the Scientific Research and Innovation Unit at BUC, and the organizing committee for their outstanding efforts and dedication in planning and coordinating this event. Thank you all. I wish you a fruitful and inspiring day. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yasser, for your insightful words. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Mus'ab Al-Rawi, ISIS Co-Chair for AI Ethics at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, to deliver his address.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Her Excellency, Dr. Joe Khashkeli, the CEO of Oman Authority on Academic Accreditation and Quality Issue for Education, Sultan of Oman. Dear, good morning, distinguished guests, friends, students, and staff. It's a great honor to welcome you, all of you, in Academic Day. Today is very important for us that organizing by collaboration between University of Al-Brahmi University College and a Cisco Chair for AI Ethics, University of Technology and Applied Science in Sultan Oman. Today we're living in where artificial intelligence change everything around us in terms of education, learning, teaching the students, doing the work, even the making the decision, to planning the decision making, collecting data. So here all of us, the AI is not replacing the moral sense, where the human is charged with. Also, the theme of today, that AI in Academic Integrity Day is job for everyone, reminding us that the technology should build up the ethics. It's counting all of us as educator, researcher, and also student. Make sure the policymaker to act with awareness, honest, and integrity. We're moving forward with the innovation. At Brahmi University College and University of Technology Applied Science, also a Cisco chair, is our mission to promote responsibility and ethic use across Islamic world and beyond. Through this event like that, we work to build the culture where the ethic is not separate topic from the technology, but the core in technology. Without integrity, the researchers will lose the trust. The learning will lose the purpose. Also, the innovation will lose the direction. In today's event, we're going to have the question and the answer of how can we AI using without losing the trust. Also, how can the teacher and the student grow together in this world where the human and the machine learning side by side. Also, we can to learn the institution to protect the trust, fairness, transparency, and all academic work. Each topic for today giving us the chance to reflect our shared responsibility as mentor, innovation, and citizen for digital world. Let today becoming more than just event to step forward for sharing the vision in academic in Oman and beyond that, to leading the ethic before the algorithms. Many today inspire us to bring the ethic into every work we do it, every paper we write it, every data we collect it, and every system we build. Together, let's we share the future where the technology truly serves humanity and bring wisdom, honest, and integrity. As we start, I invite everyone to take part in today's event and discuss the future of AI in education depend on the idea and experience of you. Your contribution, it helps us to build the future where AI support the learning positively and ethic way. Thank you for becoming here.
Thank you, Dr. Musab, for your enlightening remarks. We will now move to the next segment of our program. I am delighted to invite Dr. Rana Naimi, Director of the Scientific Research and Innovation Unit, who will be the moderator of the first session of the Academic Integrity Day, to introduce our distinguished keynote speakers and commence the presentations. Dr. Rana?
Good morning and warm greetings for all of you. I'm really pleased to welcome you all to the Academic Integrity Day, and we'd like to thank Her Excellency for joining us today in our celebration with the Academic Integrity Day. Today we are going to start our session, and we have planned to use the fingerprint as a symbol for academic integrity. In all our designs, and have you seen on the slides, all the fingerprint is evident because we want to symbolize that honesty, accountability, and working at the right road should be connected with academic integrity. If you want to have your own paper, you have to have your own fingerprint on that paper. Today, we are honored to host a distinguished group of speakers who will share their insights, experiences, and best practices promoting integrity in education and research. As we begin today's session, let us remember that academic integrity is not a policy. It's a principle to live by. It starts with each of us learning, in our teaching, in our life. As part of academic integrity, we have a critical thinking. A critical thinking stands as the foundation of integrity, equipping individuals with the ability to evaluate information objectively, challenge assumptions, and make critical judgments based on logic, based on evidence, instead of influence and bias. Dr. Emmanuel Goffey, our first speaker for today, will talk more about the importance of critical thinking in academic integrity. In his presentation entitled I Doubt, Therefore I Am, Critical Thinking as a Bedrock of Integrity. Dr. Emmanuel Goffey is Distinguished Artificial Intelligence Professor of Ethics Applied to AI. He currently serves as the head of the Department of Ethics, Management and Personal Professional Projects at ISEP, Paris Institute of Digital Technology. Dr. Goffey collaborates with public and private organizations in France and abroad, guiding them to embedding critical principles into their digital transformation and AI-driven initiatives. In addition to his leadership role, he is a researcher in different institutions in America, Brazil, and Canada. He is also a lecturer at several universities across France, Canada, Morocco, and Germany, where he continues to inspire future leaders to the field of AI ethics. Please help me welcoming Dr. Goffey for his presentation.
Excellency, Dr. Hashkari, Mr. Dean, Mr. Chairman, dear friends, dear students, dear faculty members, it's a real honor for me to be here with you today, talking about ethics, basically. As it has been told, I'm teaching and I'm doing ethics, and it's my passion because I think that it's something really important. So I'm really proud to be here with you to share my insights about how critical thinking might be a help to be more honest and to support integrity. I'd like to start with basic assumption. The first thing is that when we're talking about integrity, we all have to keep in mind that first and foremost, it's a really complex word. Behind each word that we're using, there are many definitions, different meanings, and we have to know where we're starting from. I cannot tell you what kind of definition you should adopt when it comes to integrity, but I would definitely advise you to decide what is the starting point and what definition of integrity you're talking about. Basically, my assumption about integrity is that it is kind of a twofold thing. The first one is a relation to yourself. When we're talking about integrity, it's basically having aligned our principles in our action, making sure that we're acting in the way we're actually pretending to act, right? So it's basically what kind of person am I and how do I act according to this personality that I have. That's the very first part of it. The second part is the relation that we have to others. How do I behave regarding other people? What does that mean to be honest, to be trustful, to be reliable? What it is to have integrity when I have this relation with others. So it's a really complex things which puts us in front of ourselves and sometimes confronting us with moral dilemmas where we think that we should be honest in a specific situation. We've seen that in the video, but on the other end, we feel like maybe being dishonest might be something good for us. So it is this kind of moral dilemma that we have to face and for which we have to make a decision about the principles that we want to apply and the kind of action we want to take. So two things I'd like to share with you is first Frankfurt definition of the self-integration of integrity. And what he says, basically as a philosopher, what he says basically is that we have, and it's the first part I was talking about, we have to make sure that we align our principles, our values to our action, which means that first we need to define what our values are. And this is a big question that we have in ethics. I would definitely recommend to read Aristotle, Virtue Ethics, and ask ourselves, each of us, ask ourselves, what kind of person am I? What are my values? What are the principles I'm living through? And what are the actions that are aligned with those principles? So self-integration is making sure that you align your principles, your desires with your action, and make sure that there is no gap between them, right? That you are acting accordingly. Al-Hasani, a Muslim philosopher, and it's really important to have him here just because I will be talking about René Descartes, the French philosopher, but everything started with Al-Hasani and this idea of the primary truths. We feel like that primary truths are things that are not disputable. We know them for sure, right? We really know them for sure. Usually there are spiritual truths that have been given by God to some extent, but there is also knowledge that comes from emotional and rational sources. And if you want to reach the real knowledge, the true knowledge, we have to articulate spiritual, emotional, and rational sources and knowledge, and we have to use that in order to make sure that we are doing things that are right, something that are true and that are reliable. The point with truth today and with knowledge is that we are all overwhelmed by artificial intelligence system. And it's really easy, it has been shown on the video, to just use kind of a generative AI and to ask it for a solution or to write an essay. And we feel like because we get this information, then we hold some kind of knowledge, but we don't hold any kind of knowledge. Actually, when we are asking a generative AI system or even Google to have an information, we do not get information, we get data. And it is up to us to take all those inferences to transform them into information, useful information. This is our added value. If we just copy paste things, we think that we know while we don't know anything, right? If we want to show that we know things, we have to add something that is ours. And this thing that we are adding is inferences that we're making from our experience, from our beliefs, from our knowledge that we've learned at school, from our families and friends. And this is what makes us unique. We are bringing something new to the discussion. We are not just taking it from a generative AI system to put it on an essay or even in a presentation. Because that's one point I wanted to stress here, is that integrity is not, and it has been stressed by Dean here, it's not only about students. It's also about faculty. I've seen faculties preparing their presentation and their courses by generative AI, right? It's really easy and it's really comfortable, but it's not you. It's not honest in the sense that if you want to teach students how to promote integrity, you have to be an example, right? You have to show the example. You have to show that you know what integrity is exactly. So, in front of a generative AI, I feel like Al-Ghazali's skepticism is really, really important. We have to doubt all the time. We have to look at things that we are told, things that we are reading, and we have to put them into context. Ethics is a really contextual thing, right? Integrity is certainly somewhere here at the core of ethics. And when we are having an information or a data that is provided by a generative AI, we have to put it in a specific context. When we're talking about integrity, we have to put it in a very specific context. Integrity is not integrity for companies, which is not integrity for government, which is not integrity for lots of people around the world. Each time we're talking about integrity or about an ethical principle, we have to know where we are as students, as faculty members, specific field of the industry, whatever, but we really have to know where we're going. And we have to talk about integrity not at a high level of abstraction, because it's easy. We have to talk about integrity in a very specific situation. For example, writing essays, or preparing presentation, or preparing your courses. Because if we don't do so, then we can talk about integrity for hours, for years, without any outcomes. If we really want to tackle this problem, we have to tackle it in a really specific use to promote integrity when you're writing an essay as a student, what it is to promote integrity when you're preparing your courses with generative AI. It doesn't mean that we must not use those systems. They are here. We have to use them, definitely. But they must help us to give birth to what we have inside us, which is us, not the generative AI system that we're using. The problem that we have is that we're living also in a world where words are really key. They're really important. We're all using language. Myself, when I'm using ethics, I can tell you that traveling around the world, each time I'm using ethics, actually, people do not have the same meaning for ethic than myself. So each time I have to define the word that I'm using, integrity is no exception. We have to know what we're talking about integrity. And those words that are used, for example, by generative AI, we take them for granted because most of the time we feel like we're interacting with a human-like system. So we trust the system. And I would even say that, coming from the European Union, we are asked to trust AI systems, right? We pretend to develop trustworthy artificial intelligence systems. And that's really misleading because at the same time you're telling people, be critical in your judgment when you are reading those outcomes from the generative AI. And on the same time, on the other end, what we're telling people is that you just have to trust the system, right? Because the system is trustworthy. We make sure that it's trustworthy. So it's kind of paradoxical. But words are really, really important here. And we live in this world of symbolic language about what is ethical, what is acceptable, what is not. And sometimes I feel like we forget to think by ourselves about what is ethics and what are all those words that we're using: integrity, trustworthiness, reliability, accountability, all those words that we're using without even questioning them, without knowing the definition of those words. So words are really key here. I will not dive deep into that, but just wanted you to understand that we are in the situation here of the receiver. And we receive tons of messages. Most of them are presented as information, what they're not, messages. The problem is that we are not really deciphering those messages. We just take them and we just replicate them, right? We just repeat what we've been told, writing or even speaking. I've seen that many, many times in conferences, people that are using the same narrative, the same wording that they've heard from the European Union or for another, cultural setting, and they're just repeating words that they've learned by heart, right? And when you are in this situation of the receiver and you do not decode the message, that you don't understand the language, that you do not understand what is behind each word that you're using, basically what you're repeating is not something that is yours, it's something that is someone else's reflection or someone else's thought. And you don't want that. You don't want to be parrots. You don't want to be stochastic parrots. We don't want to be that. We want to be human beings, unique human beings, because that will make the difference when you enter into the market. That is a really competitive market when you're talking about AI, artificial intelligence system. What I'm saying to my students is that if you want to find your place in this market, you have to be unique. If you just repeat what you've learned from AI system, or if you just copy-paste what an AI system has provided you with, then you will not be unique. You will be exactly the same as your neighbor. So if I have to hire you, what will make me the difference between you and a friend of yours or a student from another place? You want to be competitive, you want to enter the market, you want to make money, you want to grow in your professional career, then you have to be yourself. You have to find your own way, not just copy-paste things that you learn from the internet or from AI system. So I was mentioning Al-Khazari. Obviously, René Descartes is here to remind us that actually we have to doubt all the time. I would say in the sense that it will block us or stuck us in a situation where we cannot make decision. But we have to have methodical doubt. We have to think about what we've been told, what we are reading, what we are learning. We have to question things, right? To make our own, not opinion, but conviction about what is true and what is not, right? We must not even trust our sense. Al-Khazari was saying exactly the same. Our sense can cheat on us to some extent. So we cannot believe our sense. We have to make, once again, this mix of sensory, emotional, rational, spiritual knowledge and make our own conviction upon that, right? And it's really important to doubt. Once again, we have to move forward. So at some point we have to make decisions. So doubt must also be controlled, right? But doubt is key, and especially in this world where AI system is omnipresent and when AI system is providing us with what is called information. If we take all that for granted and we do not have kind of critical judgment on what we're saying, actually we just become sheep, right? We're just people that are following. We don't want to be that. Once again, we want to be unique. We want to provide something with the world. So doubt here is really key. Skepticism is really key. And we have to doubt. The first thing that we have to doubt about, which is, I think, the most difficult part of it, is we have to doubt about ourselves. What do I know exactly? Am I really an expert? Am I certain of what I'm saying? Can I just say things and assume things like they were universal truths? Or should I maybe question myself, question the sources of my knowledge, question the quality of my inferences, question the quality of what I'm saying? Doubt is key, is humility. And if you're humble and you doubt yourself, then you will be a better person. I do believe in that, right? And maybe you will be able to discuss with other people that do not share your perspective or even your ideas with much more efficiency than if you just come and assume that you all the truth because you've been told by ChatGPT or DeepSeek or whatever generative AI system, right? So we really have to doubt about ourselves. That's the very first point. And believe me, as maybe some of you have already tried to doubt about yourself, it's really difficult. It's really difficult because we want to believe that we know. But as Socrates was saying, the only thing that I know is that I don't know anything, right? That's the basic assumption that we have to have based on what Descartes was saying and Al-Khazari as well. So there is a methodological process to make sure that you're doubting that you can see here. The first thing is that never accept things like the word truth. And I would even say in the time of artificial intelligence system, do not even think that AI system is providing you with information. Never. It's providing you with data. Exactly the same as when I'm talking to you, I'm not providing you with information, I'm providing you with data. And then you take what you feel is convenient, what you think is relevant to you, and you use it the way you want, making inferences with many other things all around the world, right? So you must never take for granted anything that you've been told or said. And then once you have access to kind of a data or information, you have to analyze it, you have to dive into it, you have to divide it into small parts to be able to understand what has been said. Let's say that you're prompting a generative AI system for a question for an essay. The result, the outcome might be really interesting, but you have to question each point that is provided by the system. You have to question it, you have to divide it into small pieces and go into each piece and question it and double check and make your own assumption, make your own inferences, compare it with other things, right? If you don't do that, you will take the overall outcome and you will make mistakes, that's for sure. And then you start with the simplest part and go to the most complex one. And let me make sure, you cannot see that, I don't know why, but the last point is that you make sure that you've covered all the points that you've been provided with, all the information that you've been given. You've covered all of them, you analyzed all of them, you questioned all of them. It takes time, that's for sure, it takes time. But it's the only way to promote integrity and to make sure that you will be honest and you will be able to reflect by yourself, not by things that are given by AI system. Most of us, as I was saying, we would like to think that we know, but we don't know. And I think that, as Albert Camus was saying in The Plague, the evil in the world comes almost always from ignorance. And the first ignorance that is a problem to us is the ignorance that we are ignorant. So we have to make sure that we are aware about our ignorance, not to fall into evil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, for your remarks, contribution, and insightful presentation. Our second speaker is Dr. Jassim Haji. His talk will be on AI governance in major sectors in the GCC. Dr. Jassim Haji is currently President of Artificial Intelligence Group and Executive Advisor at Sheikh Nasser AI Research and Development Center, Al Bahrain. He participated as a key speaker and chairman in over 385 technology conferences in the Middle East and in Europe to cover the latest technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, big data, cybersecurity, and digital transformation. Dr. Haji managed to achieve 44 top Middle Eastern technology innovation and entrepreneurship awards, including 15 in information technology distinguished awards. Moreover, he published more than 5 books in English, Spanish, and Arabic on artificial intelligence, algorithm, digital transformation, post-COVID-19, and technology. He has published over 780 articles on AI and technologies with national and international press and media in English and Arabic. So please help me welcoming Dr. Jassim Al-Haji for his speech.
خطوط ثانيه لحدود البحرين، ما في حدود، بس احنا ويا عمان لما ندش في جوله. التقارب البحريني وعمان شيء غريب ما في العالم، من ناحيه الشعب، من ناحيه الطيبه، من ناحيه الاندماج، العوائل، الاشخاص المشتغلين في العمان. نعم؟ الحلوى ايه. انتوا تقولون الحلوى العمانيه افضل، واحنا بعد وياكم نقول العمانيه افضل. ما نختلف على هالشيء. حتى القهوه. اقول لك القهوه ايش قد احنا مستانسين. انا اليوم الصبح رحت مطبخ عبد القادر، انت عارف اسمه فراش بعد، وخذ منه القهوه اعطاني مرتين، فعدلت مزاجي. سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي دكتور كيلي، سعادة الشيخ أحمد الناصر الزهيري، رئيس الجامعة، دكتور صديقنا الدكتور مصعب على دعوة، دكتور النعيمي على تنظيم الحضور الكرام. I will end my Arabic speech here for the speakers and switch to the next one. I hear a lot of Westerners and Americans especially. They say that AI started in 1956 by a gentleman called Professor John McCarthy in the US. And he started algorithms and all that. So I always challenge him. I said, no, hold it there. This guy invented AI. Between 782 to 844 in Baghdad, he's not Iraqi by the way. He was in Baghdad as Harun Rashid center, but not for the credit. So he brought up the algorithm, the concept of the algorithm, in a place called Dar al-Hikmah. That was the lab at the time. And he had students developing the algorithms. So the algorithms, as you know, is the heart of AI. But he had the same problem that hundreds of years later people encountered. And he had students who were taking the algorithm and trying to develop and process them, but that would take months, probably years to do so. So he and the students went away, and that dream was not established because the GPU was not there. And now with the aid of GPU and our friends at NVIDIA, they're taking that algorithms and they process it and it becomes much faster. But the essence remains the same, is the algorithms, is the data that we should work on. Another claim that I will make again, Ismail al-Jazari, also in Baghdad. Again, he wasn't Iraqi. But again in Baghdad, and he's the inventor, I think 850 years ago, 1150, of the first robotics. And he was testing it under the water. Again, the Japanese, they did the last expo, not the current expo, 25 years ago, that they invented the robotics, but no. And these are not my claims. You go on Google and you find out the depth of the robotics that done by Arabs 850 years ago, the algorithms over 1,350 years ago. And putting that into perspective to say, you know, that the knowledge started from this part of the world, and maybe the development was done elsewhere, so that it can come back and it can develop. And I'll tell you later why, and why we need the specialization in GCC, since I'm talking about GCC. You know, everybody can talk about that, but how is it impacting us in the Arabian Gulf? So if you look at the evolutions of AI technologies, I'm not going back that far, but when it started by you know, things like RPAs, as you know, the robotic processing automations, that was the beginning. When we said, okay, I mean, that's the lowest part of the AI and the intelligence, but it's the most usable because it takes the processes and it automates them, the repetitive actions by the accountants, by the auditors, by the HR. And as you know, the majority of the works today are not done by the intelligence, but it is done by the routine, by the clerks, by the accountants. So that solved a lot of problems. And then we had, of course, the machine learning, which was a lot used in the industry that we also experienced it. And I'll give you some examples of real examples, not fictitious examples, for the prediction from the oil discovery, for gas, etc. And of course, the neural networks, when we enabled that, and with RPS to look at the OCRs of the character recognition, to understand, especially in the Arabic. Arabic is very difficult language to translate from characters to AI because of the different writings, because of the wordings, the start. You go today, you look at English, you can get them even free online, but Arabic becomes very, very difficult. But then in November 2022, the Gen AI came up with through OpenAI, Sam Altman, the CEO of the company, which, as you know, they fired them and they brought them back. So that's good news for us in the AI. We know they cannot do their work. And then, of course, this is what we, I think, moving towards the future. And I'll tell you why this cycle is very important. It's because we're moving, unfortunately, from the human aid assistant to an autonomous. So, you agree with me or not, but where AI is helping human, I think in this generation human will be a part of AI and not vice versa. So we'll be having a lot of workers there. And the competition will be not between AI and human, it will be between AI and AI. The word competition, or the muqarana bil Arabi, comes when you have two balanced entities. So me and the third, both done PhD, so say I'm better here, you say better there. But in the future there is no comparison between human and AI. So you cannot compare the two. You'll have to compare to the different levels of AI between different levels of AI. That's my perspective and dedication where we're going with that. So we talked about the robotic process automations, and I'll just touch very quickly on what are the risks related to us, or that we did auditability on the process that we thought that was the risks on it when it comes to machine learning, again on the data privacy, because we needed limited data but accurate data to do predictions, especially in the industry. It's not like Gen AI. And then when we go to the deep learning, it becomes the neural networks. The explainability is very difficult to do. And then Gen AI, of course, it becomes deep fakes, it becomes the hallucinations, what type of data. And I'll just pause here. This is where we in GCC need to do a better job. Because the large language model, the LLMs that are being trained and we are using, are good enough as a public data. But we need a lot of private and closed data. So in Oman, why if you go and look for certain real estate in New York, it will give you exactly by the title, by the street, by the house number, etc. But when you go in Oman, if you look at the public data, it will look at what's available on the internet and it will pick it up and throw it. So we need more trained data on your environment and not rely on that. So that would be the best of the both. What we call it sometimes the web scrapping and providing the data from your intranet or internet or for the data that is there. And that's what we do in Bahrain and the GCC. This is how the country will be progressive, relying on our own Gen AI and not just relying on the ChatGPT, Gemini, DeepSeek, and others, which can be the backbone, but that will not be our future. The focus will without our interference to understand the environment that we are working with. So what's the difference between this and the Gen AI with the, if we look at the quick comparison? And Gen AI, who's doing the prompt? Who's replacing it? We are controlling the prompt. The prompt by the human will disappear. It will not require eventually to be prompt. It will have agents that will collect the data, it will have processes that will process, and it will get to the autonomous state. But here the ethics will be wider, and everybody will be worried. And my guess is people will be worried and shocked, but will move on. So it doesn't matter, like everything else. I'll just give you very real use cases and what are the concerns very quickly. This is each of them is a huge project that's been implemented. We've implemented them. Was in Bahrain or other places. So if we look at the education, I mean the future education, as you know, for the schools is really whether we do it now or in the future. I'm sorry?
The mic, you will change it? Because we are talking about AI, so coming the mic have issue.
You want me to speak from here?
Yeah? Okay.
It's clear, right? It's a monitor. Come on, Miguel Zaba. Okay. Background music. So what we have with AI in education is where I think the future, again, with all the respect, schools, etc., there are typical schools to be teachers. So you get students sitting at home, different timings, different sessions. They will have teachers, the syllabus is uploaded, and this is a real case that will be implemented, by the way, I'm not talking about fantasy. And then it will create lessons, create quizzes, answers, based on the answers, it will create another quizzes or advice on what to do. And as this goes across the subjects, schools becoming more teachable. And what's the beauty of that? It will grow with the child from the LKG, HKG until the university, where it knows all the characteristics of a child, what it needs, how it can improve, what are the syllabuses. It will be very personalized to each student to grow. And it will, imagine, goes to the university, so it will even discover talents. Who are the talents that are really going and which area? Well, the governance of the ethics can be endless. It will be the socialization, it will be the parents, it will be the touch. But again, this is one of the things that will happen, whether we like it or not, and start to do in many places. So healthcare is one of the greatest areas that we can touch on. It's, again, in the medical imaging, the cancer's predictions. Now, the women's breast cancer, we did on a public data and combined it with the local data. And it's been great outcomes on detecting early stages of cancer detections. The radiology, I think those things will be more reliable on AI than the radiologist. That's already happening. And again, will be very much personalizing patients. As I said, in education, you will have your child's data. You know, we already have Nepal from Google, and others are doing same things. But even the governments will focus on that to have patients' data from childhood within the AI. So you you don't, you grow with the history of that. So what medicine has been taken, what diseases they have encountered, all through their life. So the medication becomes more accurate and personalized rather than going to the doctors and trying to imagine what has happened and applying in general practices. But again, the accuracy of that, the data, the input, who will do it, the manual, the doctors, the entire system on the government will be very complicated. But the result will be a life-saving. That's why the European Union, when they did the act, said education and healthcare, most important parts on the AI and the use cases of gas. I don't want to go too far in it, but that's on the discovery and as far as the risks assessments compares employees retentions and human CV analysis. You know, companies, organizations have thousands of applicants who can just take them through CV analysis and go through the AI. But as I don't know if you heard of Amazon, they had a case a few years ago. They used AI for recruitment and shortlisting. They find out after a while that that system is not recruiting women. Putting them one side. It's not recruiting colored people. But then we found the bias. The person who did it was a nice American, green eyes, blonde gentleman. So he was very biased. So he forgot the woman and the colors, and he put his own bias in the algorithm. So that's also a risk. It gives you a lot of relief, but the explainability of AI becomes very much important on that. And the finance, again, is, we talked about peers, but there's more into that when we look at the comparisons between the invoices, the contract, the securities, the level of authorities. You know, they have to put the names over there. The contract construction of the contracts that goes with it. But again, in finance, the numbers and how you can do continuously update the AI model. That's not a once-off thing that you will do. And in audit, you know, today in audit, as you know, auditors, they take 5% sample only. They don't go and look at every document. So if you are lucky, maybe once in 10 years they will catch you. Because it's 5%. If you're unlucky, you are part of the 5%. But with AI, it can reach, and we've proven it, to 95%, because it has so much access to the vast data, and it can perform them rather than having 5 to 6 auditors there. The judiciary, the legal, it started in countries with straightforward cases like traffic, etc. Those are straightforward, but when it comes to more of understanding, digging on the background becomes more difficult, and the system becomes, it requires governance and the governance of AI. The oil and gas, as I said, the biggest area that you can see the return on investment is oil and gas, especially in GCC, because all our revenues are 70% and more from oil and gas. So we have to focus here. This is where AI brings back in terms of maintenance, in terms of safety, as you can see in terms of, you know, the maintenance that is done on the equipment, we take what has been given to us by the international companies once a year or every 6 months, go and change the turbine. Why? Because they know changing that will go back to them. You have to buy it from them. So, but if you don't do it, I will not support you. But AI will look at the history of that machine, the turbine, how many times it can change, what parts, what damages happen, and it will be customizing the part of it. Cyber security last but not least on this list. The hackers are no longer human beings. Most of the cyber attacks are done by AI. Because it will read your network, the data, it will malware, phishing, milliseconds. And it has all the predictions of where your network is going. So imagine putting a human sitting behind a computer, a cyber defense control system, and trying to defend your system. It will wipe it off. It will have no chance of predicting when the attack is going to come. So what we need on the defense side is AI to defend our cyber security network. Especially, not only if it attacks your network, it attacks your So I think the whole governance, the part of it that even the European Union did, and the GCC countries, is ISO 42001/2023, and these pillars are common wherever you see them. So the countries come and make several changes. But to my opinion, and these are part of the governance, the Europeans try to take this EU Act before 2022. They were ready for it, working on it 2-3 years. And all of a sudden they found that ChatGPT came up and generative AI. They said, oh, we didn't consider that, so let's hold on to it. And then they rewritten it, and it came up and implemented only in 2024. Published in April and implemented really in August. So what's going to happen when agentic AI is there? That has no value. You cannot have, and I just said my honest opinion, correlations in terms of speed between the governances, the policies, and the speed of how AI is developing. You need somebody just to write every second to do that. I think the best person to do that is who? AI. So you have to trust AI will trust itself. So then that will be the part that will go through. So the governance and the GCC again. What we need to do, we cannot rely on, again, given to us by the international, what is done by the European Union or others. Even Trump put the governance on hold for 4 years. Because if we don't do that, Chinese will kill us. Because they're moving without any policies. They're developing, they go DeepSeek and all that. Yes, you do it, you say, shishi, go on. Yeah. But so the countries are not getting that. The Europeans, sorry, they're falling back. They're not as good as anybody in the EU. So Americans and Chinese are going there. So that's why we need to, our even governance has to be very much related to our culture, to our climate, as I said, on the like ChatGPT our own. Not copy-paste from somebody else. What does it make sense for us? Which areas are important for us on that? So again, I was talking about our friends in EU. Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't take it down.
Thank you, Dr. Jassim, for your really fruitful presentation. While I was listening to your presentation, I thought that we should have Omani students who will create Omani AI that is suitable for Omanis. And now I have a suggestion to go with GCC AI that suits all countries at the GCC. Thank you for your presentation. Our last presentation for the first session will be from Dr. Buhay Al-Shukaili. Dr. Buhay Al-Shukaili is a senior academic and researcher in computer science, currently serving as the Assistant Dean of the College of Computing and Information Science at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences in Oman. He earned his PhD from the University of Manchester, where his research focused on integrating linked data records results using statistical relational learning techniques. Dr. Al-Shukaili has over 15 years of experience in higher education and industry, including roles as the head of an information technology department at multiple UTAS branches and a former application organizer in the banking sector. His academic interests span information retrieval data, Braggling, machine learning, and computing education. All are part of his core interests. He has taught a wide range of subjects from artificial intelligence to web development and object-oriented programming. Beyond his teaching and research, he has played a key role in program development, quality assurance, and digital learning initiatives at UTAS. Dr. Ashikeli will present on how artificial intelligence is reshaping education by transforming students from passive recipient of information into active engaged learners in his presentation entitled From Passive Consumers to Active Learners. So please help me welcoming Dr. Ashikeli.
بس السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعد دكتورة جو خشكيلي، الشيخ أحمد النعيمي، دكتور ياسر. Thanks for Bremi University College for the invitation and thanks for the Cisco chair. Before I begin, I'll just say a few words in Arabic. طبعا كنت حاب أحط هذا البرزنتيشن باللغة العربية لتصل جمهورها باللغة الإنجليزية، ليس حبا في اللغة ولكن بسبب الفورمات مال السيشن اليوم. ان شاء الله المره القادمه باذن الله. Just before I begin, I just want to give you some heads up. There are going to be some jargon thrown in the presentation. How many computer programmers do I have here? IT specialists? Okay, good. So when you hear the word code, usually I will refer to the text that we usually type, and this is the stuff that gives us computer programs, and computer programs become software. So this is what runs basically the computer. So that's what code. If you ever hear me talk about the word debug, actual bugs, these are mistakes that usually we find in the code on the programs, and debugging is the process of correcting these mistakes. Testing is what we do before we ship our products. So we have to test it thoroughly just to make sure that the consumer or customer is satisfied before giving them the product. And a programmer is the person who puts all of these things together. My name is I go by many titles today, but I always call myself a programmer. I have been a programmer for a good part of my adult life. I've done it for bread and butter. I've used it for bread and butter, but now mostly use it for teaching others, advising others as well, and doing a little bit of consultancy every now and then. Just to prove to you that I'm actually a programmer, here is a small thing that I've put together in 15 minutes 2 days ago. Just hopefully it will work because I think, okay. Okay, so بس افتح آخر تاب. افتح البراوزر. شغل هذا فيديو بس هذا ما طالع هنا اسحب Okay, so I think if you're born before 1990, I'm pretty sure you're not going to recognize this game. If you're born before that, you will know what it is. So this is called Space Invaders. And you basically keep shooting at enemies, and they keep, coming at you. The only thing, this has a twist. So every once in a while, you're going to get a word that is popping up somewhere there. And the challenge is basically to, keep memorizing the words while you're playing. Now, if you fast forward to the 3rd minute, just because I was unlucky at that time, somewhere there, I got, I think, a phone call, so you can't see there. I'm receiving a phone call at the same time, kind of playing it or trying it, which is going to explain why I got a low score at the end. So when I tried to order the words at the end, I got a very low average, because it turns out doing more than one thing at the same time is not a good, it's not a good thing. it's not a bad thing for 15 minutes work. But I kind of lied a little bit there. I put it in 15 minutes, but not just by myself. This was done more or less by some kind of a ChatGPT. This is what we call GitHub Copilot. So this is one of the popular tools that are used by programmers today to speed up the development of software in the industry in general. Every once in a while, we get headlines that looks like this of large tech companies adopting these AI tools for speeding up developments and for reducing the costs. So the reason they like these AI tools because sometimes they are effective and they improve the productivity of their programmers. That's in the industry, but in academia, it's a totally different story. Now, personally, when I came across ChatGPT and its ability to write code, and the fact it was open for everybody to be used, I was furious because all the work that we have done in developing assessment tools, in developing delivery methods, it's just gone out the drain, and we had to rework everything from scratch. So these tools provide a big challenge for us in academia. A study that was done in 2023 found out that there are two camps for how academics wanted to deal with AI in the long term. Now, in the short term, most of them went with, just resort to old classical assessments like textbooks, like exams, which is not really a good way for assessing students, especially if the aim is to assess their ability to do stuff instead of just memorizing things. But in the long term, there were two camps. One camp that went for resistance, saying that let's just not use these tools in education. Let's just ban it from our schools, and let's ban it for various reasons. One of them is that it's going to create an ethical concerns for us, or because we can resist them by creating AI-proof assignments, which something I highly doubt. Being able to create AI-proof assignments today is very difficult. Not even AI-proof exams. Probably you've heard about Meta's glasses. So these are smart glasses that has been released by Meta, which was used to be called Facebook. They are very much similar to the ones that I'm wearing right now. So if I walked in an exam room wearing those glasses, nobody would be able to tell them from normal medical glasses. Now that could be a student wearing those Meta's glasses and using them in the exam, in a written exam, a normal written exam. So I think creating AI-proof assignments is kind of difficult. And there was also those who wanted to, let's go back to classical assessments. Again, these classical assessments usually don't assess your mastery of skills, but they assess your rote learning. There's another camp which went with embracing these AI tools. I'm going to come back to this camp later on in the talk. But let me just go back to a little bit of take a look at how AI in education has evolved. Now, AI in education is not a new thing. We have been using AI probably as long as we have been students. The first examples of AI systems that have been used in education is probably logic-based systems. So, for example, Mason was more or less a system that was used for answering medical questions and was used by researchers as students as well. In the 80s of last century, we started having work on machine learning as people turned into probability, and that gave us tools like grammar correction tools, plagiarism detection. So, for example, Turnitin, it mostly relies on the use of machine learning. Big data was kind of the next, let's say, iteration in this evolution. And this was supported by having access to the internet and having systems that delivered content at mass. And finally, we had deep learning, which gave us a lot of the, let's say, more recent innovations. So when you're using voice assistants, for example, or when you're using any kind of facial recognition, most of the time you're going to have some kind of a deep learning network running in the background. And this is all before the current iteration, which is the revolution of generative AI. But one question that one asks, why all the fuss about generative AI just right now? If we had access to AI in education for the last, let's say, 20 or 30 years, then why all of a sudden we are making a big deal about generative AI? We haven't seen, lecturers complain about the use of Turnitin, for example, to detect plagiarism. Or we haven't seen students going on national television saying that, yeah, I passed my, I graduated with the help of, Word check in Microsoft Word. That hasn't happened. Then why generative AI? And I think the answer comes down to two simple words: cognitive offloading. Now, what is cognitive offloading? This is the process of you giving somebody the task of thinking on your behalf. So instead of you doing the thinking, they go and think on your behalf. We do it all the time. Every time you save a phone number in your mobile phone, you're doing cognitive offloading. When your spouse gives you a task at home and you try to delay working at that task, or you just find the simplest excuse of not doing it, then that's kind of cognitive offloading. So we have been doing it for a lot of time. But I would say that cognitive offloading today is much different with generative AI tools. So before ChatGPT or before generative AI tools, the kind of cognitive offloading that we have used to do was done on very narrow tasks. If we use the calculator, that is used for one thing, just calculating numbers. If we stored phone numbers in a mobile phone, that thing is used for very, very specific tasks. So we are still more or less in the driving seat. We are still in control of what we wanted to do, or we're still in control of the end product. But with ChatGPT, the kind of common, let's say, tasks that can be done today with these tools allows us not to think at all. When you go and ask ChatGPT to summarize 10 papers for you and give you a ready-made summary without even reading it, or just give it a question in the assignment and you get the solution ready. So what we are doing basically, we are giving all our mental capacity and we are handing it off to a machine. And I think that's kind of dangerous for reasons that we're going to see later on. And what we need to do as educational institutions, as faculty, as well as students, is to try to reduce this amount of cognitive offloading we are doing in these AI tools. And this kind of brings us to three central questions that we're trying to address. How does excessive cognitive offloading affect our learning? And I think this is very important for students and as well as faculty, because students are the most, let's say, population that are going to be impacted by this. And how can we adapt our teaching practices to manage with the current tools that we are having? And finally, what can we do for AI tools in order to make them better? Now, for the first question, there was a paper that came in June this year. And it's not a published paper yet, but it already has been cited 143 times. This is as of yesterday. And it's called Cognitive Debt When Your Brain Offloads Too Much to AI. So this is done by, I think it was done by MIT Media Lab. And what they did is they gave participants 3 writing tasks, or 1 writing task, but under 3 different conditions. One group used their own brain, their own, let's say, ability to write the task or to write the essay. And the other group, they allow them to use a search engine. And the third group, they use ChatGPT. And while they are doing that, they did brain scans of them doing the activity. And they also collected some data to analyze the quality of their writing. And the goal was they wanted to understand what is the impact of relying on these AI tools is going to do or what is on the cognitive processes that is being done. What they found that the least cognitive engagement was with the ChatGPT group. So their brain was not showing any kind of, let's say, cognitive interaction. And they also showed the shallower amount of learning. Those who have relied on ChatGPT, they were not learning anything. And not only that, they were not able to reflect on what they have written. So they had least ownership on the essays that have been given. And they also found that over-reliance on these tools created what they call some kind of a cognitive debt. So when you become when you over-rely on these tools, you start having reduced, let's say, cognitive abilities, even in normal tasks that we usually do to day-to-day basis. But one interesting thing that they found is that when there was, they had the highest quality of writings for those who have written the paper first by themselves, but then gave it to the LLM in order to make some improvements. So those who started manually but then moved to the automation phase, they got the best quality in terms of writing. There are other studies that are also that has suggested potential impact of excessive cognitive offloading. So there is a diminished capacity for complex intellectual activities, undermining critical thinking skills, lower final grades for students who have relied too much in the use of such tools. But these are less much studied, and I think they require further investigation. And our challenge as institutions is not to necessarily ban AI, but teach students how to use it and how to use it well. How to use it for doing the normal, let's say, or the expected cognitive tasks, such as reasoning, reflection, as well as creation. And this brings us to the second question. How do we adapt these tools for our teaching and learning practices? Here is the same study that I showed before, but this is the second camp. So the second camp, who wanted to go for embracing these AI tools, they suggested a number of things. One of them is giving personalized help for students. And I think nobody can debate that these tools can be useful if students want to get some kind of feedback. Let's say a student is studying at night, it's 12 a.m., they are stuck at some concept, they have an exam, they cannot reach a professor at that time to ask a question. If they send an email, probably they're going to get a response back in 2 days' time. I think students probably have seen that while they're studying. We send emails, no response. So where they're going to go? Well, they can open a book. We know that with the lack of appetite for reading, big volumes of books, it's very rarely that's going to happen. Or you can open a search engine and type the words, spend 2 hours compiling different papers just to come up with a single answer. Or just open ChatGPT, type a question, get an answer. But then what the student should do with that is what matters. And we're going to come back to what should the student do if they get an answer from ChatGPT. And then another idea which we took from this paper was having students to work collaboratively with AI. So this has inspired our research. And what we did is we took a group of students who are studying introductory programming courses, and we trained them by giving them 4 workshops. These were 4 2-hour sessions. And we trained them in 4 different tasks. The first was on how to use ChatGPT to explain code. The other one is to fix bugs. And the third one is for them to generate exam questions. So these are kind of practice exam questions. And the last one is generating practice problems, because the exams usually had a practical component, so we wanted them also to practice those practical components. And the focus of these workshops is on how to prompt the model correctly and how to collaborate with the AI model, in a sense that not just you give it one question and you take the answer and move from there, but you prompt it back and forth. So we wanted the students to have that kind of collaboration sense. And then we gave them at the end a task based on that workshop, and whether they have done that task correctly or not, we gave them some evaluation. And then we gave them one assignment at the end. Now the assignment itself wasn't an assignment that we'd expect the first-year students to solve it. It was an advanced assignment. However, we gave them all the scaffolding. We gave them enough, let's say, initial code to start with, that they can do the rest of the task with the help of ChatGPT. And the goal wasn't to evaluate the correctness of their solution. What we wanted to find out is how good is their interaction with the ChatGPT. And then we compared, we tallied all their evaluations, and we correlated that with their final exam scores. And the goal was to measure, to what extent they were doing the right kind of engagement. And this is the result that we have got. Unfortunately, this thing is not working. No laser, not working. If you can see here, so these are correlation graphs. The first two, the first workshop, so that's workshop, and this is the first activity based on that workshop. This is the second workshop, the second activity. Third workshop, this is generating exam questions, and this is generating exam problems, and this is the assignment. The highest correlation that we have seen was in the second activity, and this was the debugging. This is where they had some kind of erroneous programs, and they had to go and make corrections to those programs. And the assignment activity. These two activities, they required the most interaction with the model. The other activities, they could have just gone out by writing a single question, getting a single response, and walking away from there. But for these two activities, to get them correctly, they would have to interact many times. Some of the sessions have gone to more than 50 conversations. And at that time, because we were using GPT 3.5, and some students had the free access, actually they ran out, because a certain limit for the free version at that time, after a certain number of conversations, ChatGPT is not going to give you any answers. Not going to take much. So and this basically shows that that our ChatGPT assignment was strongly linked with the students' performance, and the active usage of ChatGPT is what predicted student success. I'll skip through some slides, and I'll go to the last question. So how can these tools be designed to actively support learning? I'll just give you a very small story here. When I was a postgrad at the university, I helped in the lab assessment for one introductory programming course. And in that course, as lab demonstrators, we've got one thick book of problems that students were expected to solve. But we also got a solution manual. And in that solution manual, it started in the first page. It said that under any circumstance, never ever give students those solutions. So I went to the course lead, and I told him, what's the point of having a solution manual if you're not going to share it with students? And he told me one thing. He said that if you get a question from a student, you shouldn't respond with an answer. You should respond with another question. And let that question be, let's say, a path, or opens a path for the students to explore. And if you get another question, just give another question. Now, this is called the Socratic method of learning. So you respond to a question with another question, and eventually let the student discover the path to the answer. And for students, I think if you ever receive any material, if somebody tells you something today, including this presentation, there should be 3 or 4 things that you should ask. You should ask, what does the thing means? You know, whatever I said today, what does it really mean? And whether I told you the stuff that I told you is true or not. And if it's true, what is the implication? And you should ask for evidence. You know, for any claim that's made, you should ask for evidence. And this kind of brings us to kind of a gap here. You know, today AI tools, mostly they respond. They don't teach. So the interfaces are built for, you know, chat purposes. And there is a potential opportunity by taking these AI tools and redesigning them in a way that supports learning. You know, what if we had an AI tool that actually encourages student interactions to ask questions all the time? What if this AI tool, instead of giving you an answer, it gives you back a question? So you ask a question, it doesn't give you a question, it tells you, okay, here's something that you might think about, but here's a question on it. What if we redesign these AI tools in order to do that? And I think these are the kind of AI tools we need in order to support learning. And this requires effort and time, and it requires also some kind of, let's say, integrated work, not only by those who are in the discipline, but also by educators as well as policymakers. And with that, I end my presentation. So thank you, and sorry for taking a little bit more than intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shikeri, for your presentation. I will invite Dr. Kofi, Dr. Haji, Dr. Jassim, and Dr. Buhai for the panel discussion. Please have a seat here. So welcome again to our panel session today. We are really pleased to have you all with us. Now we have already listened to a lot of
public sector policies will always be there to refer on a very, very high level. You can't keep people accountable, very frank, you can't bring their point, you cannot use it, and you cannot keep up. And you cannot even come below. In the best way that work working on is on the sector by sector policy. You can't put a policy that is for education and apply it in health, and apply it in health and safety, and apply it in banking. So each sector needs its own policy. So we'll have to go deep down. So then you identify the risks in education, probably in higher education and in schools. What are the risks? How we can mitigate them? How we can explain them? So here the dilemma becomes the teachers and the students. Whereas in medical, it's the doctors who are associating with the AI developers and so on in different sectors. So unless we segregate these policies to the business domains, we'll be always talking about general, and it will be just probably something that we will always have, but we can't really use. That's my opinion, and some countries are moving towards it. Even more than that, as I said, customizing it to our culture and heritage as well. Not taking standards and doing it. So, which education in Oman is different than even other Arab countries.
Yes, so my take on that would be, firstly, which is related to what you were saying, is that avoid having this high level of abstraction principles, because they do not work in every cultural setting. We agree on that, that's for sure. If you just copy past policies that are coming from the Western world into the Arab world, that doesn't work. And I would agree with you that even in Oman, that might be different from other countries in the Arab world, right? So it's really important having this kind of high level principles. We have hundreds of them. There are studies showing that we have hundreds of them. They do not work. It's really good for my own business because most of the time I'm called to help companies or even public actors to translate those high level of abstraction principles into practical ones. So the first thing is always go from use cases. And the second thing is do not, once you have your principles or requirements, do not feel like, okay, job is done. You have to rework on that all the time. Each time a new AI system is appearing, you will have to rearse, you will have to rework actually on the policies. And the third point, which is about education. You know, Immanuel Kant was saying that when we're doing the ontology, there are two ways to be moral. The first one is to act from conformity. So you have rules and you follow the rules, and that's great, that's cool. So you have the principles and you follow the principles. Or you act from duty, just because you think that what you're doing is great to be done. And this is reached through education. So we have to educate people not just to follow rules, but to understand that it is important to follow specific rules in a specific cultural setting. And if I may, because I can see that in the Western world, in Europe, in the US as well, there is strong work to do in education for policy leaders. Political leaders as well, right? Because most of them, which is totally fair, it's not their job. They are totally ignorant about what's inside AI, what it is about ethics, what it is about the legal requirements, and most of the time they are under the pressure of lobbyists, right? And we need people that are in charge that know what they're talking about, that are able to say, oh, that is not a rule for us, that is not a rule that is legitimate or that is relevant in our specific setting, because it has been given by ChatGPT or by the US, by the European Union. Some of them might work, that's for sure, but we need people that are knowledgeable in the field to make the difference between what is sold for economic purposes and what is in the interest of your own constituencies and your own people and your own country.
Well, mostly people who write policies are lawyers who know nothing about AI.
Yeah.
So you need actually the practitioners to write it, not solicitors or lawyers.
Not only the practitioners, we need to mind the age of those practitioners, because there is a huge gap in generations. So those who are writing the policies, might be our age, and might be out of date when we set those policies for the new generation, with the new AI
colleagues here what they said, just to give an example of how inadequate some of the current policies that we currently have, even those that mandate AI is not to be used. And this is an example for one of the students who came to me with one trick he played, I don't know how many times. So he asks ChatGPT for writing, for example, a paper or an essay, and then he goes back again to ChatGPT and he gives it some kind of special prompt. And this prompt will add certain changes to the writing so that it's not going to be picked up by AI detections. He still used ChatGPT for doing the work and so on, but in terms of policy, the policy itself is not going to be able to get the students in feedback. I think what we need when we are approaching the subject of academic integrity, the use of AI tools, we need to encourage more transparency. I think this is currently what we the initial policies that started, or at least the initial drafts that came across, they are moving towards banning the use of AI, which I don't think it's good. Even if you ban it, I'm pretty sure that there will always be a way to kind of circumvent that. That's number one. Number two, in certain industries, for example, the software development industry, it's kind of expected nowadays that graduates will have that skill of working with AI. So we have to think about the context in which these tools are going to be. So that students to have a level of transparency that if they have AI, then they should be clear how to use it. And we should so I think that increasing that kind of transparency would help us much in terms of coming with policies that are not too abstract, but also that are not totally rigid, that can be easily followed.
First, thank you so much for the presentation. Very insightful, actually, especially like the threats we all face, like in the educational sector, actually. I take you like to the field of literature, since this is like my concern. You know, like in literature, when Shakespeare wrote his plays like years ago, he was accused of being like a person who lacked integrity because he borrowed most of his plots from other like stories and so on, and he was even denied the creativity. But now, like in literature, we accept AI-generated fiction and novels as creative works of art. And the same thing like for AI. In the very beginning, like schools were banning AI, especially in the US and other countries, and now we're accepting it. So what is the next step? Because it seems like we're accepting it like slowly, and it seems like we're going to what like some philosophers are also like preparing against, something called the post-humanism age. So are we going towards the post-humanism age where like the AI and robots are controlling us? Because year by year we're moving forward. Like when Dr. Haji was talking, like he was talking first about like using like Google and then like AI and now like autonomous AI, because they are thinking for us, and we are going to let the natural intelligence to the artificial intelligence. So what is the next step as AI experts?
It's kind of a tricky question, obviously. I would say first thing is that when we're talking about post-humanism, we have to define what we mean by humanism first and what are humans, which is kind of a metaphysical question for which there is no answer at all, right? I can tell you for sure that the first assumption that we have when we're talking about artificial intelligence is that all human beings are the same kind or the same level of intelligence, which is not true at all. I know people that are less intelligent in AI system, which is fair, no problem on specific questions, right? The second thing is that when we're talking about the plagiarism and the use of others, productions, it's what we're doing all the time. The point is not using productions of others, it's
saving it and adding something to it, right? It's we were all building on something that has already been built before, right? We're building buildings based on existing things, right? It's creativity at some point, right? If you're able to make inferences that are bringing something new from something old, then you're creative, right? That's the point. So I don't feel like creativity will disappear because of AI systems. I don't feel like we are moving to posthumanity. I feel like in some circumstances, and there's some circumstances within some cultures and places, because it's not universal, we are already submissive to technologies. We are already highly dependent on, not only on AI system, we're dependent on myself, I'm dependent on my cell phone, right? Part of my brain is in my cell phone, right? If I lose my cell phone, I'm totally lost. So I feel like I'm already dependent, right? I already delegated some part of my real abilities to some system, right? The question, which is about the future, is how can myself, as an old guy, 53 years old, how can I project myself in the shoes of the next generation? My son is 25. I don't know what his expectation will be. I don't know what his kids' expectation will be. I can only project my own perspective of what is acceptable, what is knowledge, what is integrity, what is learning, what is academics, what is to him. But is it really relevant? That's the question. Is it really relevant? Maybe in 3 generations, 4 generations, people will live through screens and they will be really happy with that. They will not care about having trees or birds or animals. They will not care about nature. I don't know. We can discuss if it's right or wrong, if you want to go that way or not. But I can only project my own perspective, my own fears, my own biases to the future. Now this is a really highly philosophical question that I have with my own student at ISEP when we have discussion, when we have debate. I'm learning from them, because if I just come into the classroom and tell them, oh, the world should be this or that, I'm missing the point. Because I'm not in their shoes. I don't know what the world will be when they will be my age, when they will have to work. And maybe technology will be there. You know, when I was a kid, obviously, when I was a kid, my parents were saying, okay, you should stop watching TV. Because actually you'll be stupid at the end of the day. I don't think I'm more stupid than my parents because I was watching TV. And I'm saying the same to my son, saying, oh, you should stop playing video games, right? But what does that mean exactly? Maybe my son will be more clever than I am. I don't know. Because I think that intelligence will end up on that. Maybe intelligence is not about what you know, but how you're able to adjust to your environment. And if my son or if my kids will be able to adjust to their environment and live happily with that, then they will be intelligent. Maybe they will not know about Schopenhauer and philosophy or sociology or prompting or whatever, programming, this kind of thing, but maybe that will not be the point to them, right? So, once again, it's a really open question, and I have to say that the only thing I know is that I don't know.
I'm not an academic, so I come from the practical part, day in, day out. Studying the policies and development. Now, back to your question, when you say what we're going to do, unless you have a choice, you don't have a choice. So let's start from there. You are not decision makers. We are either followers now that we can catch up, or you are a laggard who will catch up next year or the year after. So the choice is either resist it, worry, you sleep over it, and then in a few months' time you still have to do it, or say we will move with it. And then whatever happens, we will have to handle it at the time. The countries who are taking lead in AI, whether it's in China or go back, are risk takers. They're moving with it. People are moving with it. Industries are moving with it. The investment that is made in AI is not like you make on digital transformation or your computing systems. Or like some softwares, there prepared to pay dividend in 5 years. No, you have to put in your mind whatever you develop may be good enough for the next 1 year. If it's adaptable, it can go. As I said, if the Gen AI, it can go to agentic. Fine. If it cannot, you have to discard it and move to the next. So autonomous is the future. I mean, I don't know. That's repeating. People say, yes, we have AI, but you always need human. We always rely on human. It will rely if you are not implementing AI. Exactly. But if you are putting the AI more, the role of the human will cut down. When you look at it, there's organizations and how much resources they need. Take it as a simple example. The government, especially in GCC, you have leaderships that support people and the AI innovation. So we don't look at it as for the well of the people as we have AI to lay off people. No. And they're not looking at the return on investment. Other countries are, the organizations are. So if you have a budget of $5 million and you're putting $500,000 for an AI solution, what do you expect at the end of the year? Do you expect your total budget to be $5.5 million? Or are you expecting it to be $4 million? If you want to return on investment, come. So where do you come to your budget from? What's your biggest part? Human capital, that's 40%. That's the people, the salaries, the insurance, the electricity, the office, space, everything that ends up. So I think the return on investment will come with that. Now, I'll also finally say, I don't agree with the people who say, I don't know, we say in 2030 such and 2040, this is all nonsense. We don't know. You know how the Gen AI will come, we would have reacted to it, and we don't know even what next year what to do. We're going to get the AI that started heavily beginning of this year, nobody was reacting. Pessimistic view, but realistic.
I think I would agree with my colleagues here. The ability to see in the future nowadays is very difficult because, especially in the education sector, probably nobody would have foreseen how much of let's say, impact these AI tools have had in the education sector. But personally, I think this is an opportunity for us as well. Before the modernization of education systems in the post-World War II era, those who want the post-secondary education, they want with the dream or with the promise that they are going to be able to bring change to the world, or they are going to be able to bring green world solutions to the world. And they have used all the tools that were available in their hand in order to do that. Now, if you think of AI in its previous forms as well as its current form, as a tool for bringing that change or helping drive change, then I would say, why not? Let's use it. Even in areas, for example, research where it's kind of contentious whether you're going to use it to write literature or not. Let's just use it. Because at the end of the day, what we want is we want the AI tools to help us produce more, come up with better ideas, develop more, and if these tools are going to be a driving factor for that, then I don't see why not using them. Again, tomorrow we might have something new, and then all our understandings and notions of this will have to change once again, because this world just keeps changing.
Our children will tell us the future.
بداية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Excuse me on behalf of Ibrahim University College, as it is known, BUC, to deliver my sincere thanks, deep and high appreciation for Her Excellency Dr. Joka Binti Abdullah Ashkeli, CEO of OAAA, I don't want to say the full word, as it is known, OAAA. Great opportunity to be say a few words about her. We are proud about her, such a woman. He has main partner of help of this higher institution in Oman. Not only BUC, is another institution which she was working before in the Ministry of Higher Education before coming to this position. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's unique our occasion, very vibrant, and it's a good day for all of us to be with us. Of course, thanks to all speakers who come from abroad. We appreciate that and highly appreciate it. My question is, when you talk about integrity, I attended a course in Harvard University. It was about 10 years back or 8 years back. And the course is about management and leadership. Management, in higher education, but in general, management and leadership. So they talk about 5 things which has to be important and highlighted in any institution want to have success and percentage of growth. It was 5. Top of them, it was integrity. Integrity, wisdom, passion, and I think focus, other 2 things. So integrity, it's important not only in academic, I feel personally, it's in whole life. Credibility, integrity, how to be honest, that is very important. To be with a human being is not only in academic. So maybe as the professor mentioned initially of his speech, integrity of academic integrity is different than different integrity. So I would say, from your experience, what is the best solution? What is the best, how to protect this academic integrity? What is the tools and what is the future thought and how to protect, because it's not easy with the, words keep changing every minute, many things just keep work with IT. Today, before we invited someone to come to the place, we will tell them, okay, this kind of person will call you to show you the location. No, just send the location. He comes straight away to the location. So with the change and development of the IT, how to protect the academic integrity from your experience?
I will be coherent with my presentation. I think critical thinking, to me critical thinking is being critical, questioning things is really important. That it must go both sides, from the academy, but also from leaders, from people that are in charge, from parents, from whoever that has a role in educating others. So that's the first side. And the other side is from people that are actually learning, that are in the education system, whatever the educators are. They need critical thinking. First and foremost, just to keep your mind aware of the world out there, to be yourself, not to be kind of the clone of other people, and to be able to bring something to the world, and if not to the world because it's maybe a bit ambitious, at least to your country and to your people, to your community. If you want to bring something to Oman, then you have to think from the Omani perspective, and you have to dive into things and to be critical about what you are provided with, which comes, I think it has been said regarding, for example, Arabic language, which is really difficult to translate with AIS, but we are overwhelmed by English language. Fair enough, we know it, but now that we know it, we have to look at everything that is provided through English language with a critical judgment, just trying to think who is behind that, who is the company, who are the people that are programming this system, what is the purpose of this system, etc., etc. So critical thinking, I think, is really key from the educator side and learner's side.
I'm just saying very quickly about the technology part. See the development of AI by individuals. That's why I'm really encouraging for the all in-house development what we do. In Bahrain, by the way, in our research, we consider 65% AI researchers, but also doing source code from zero out of latency. the essence is that the GPUs, which in the past was very expensive and was in the custody of few companies, are now by the techniques like fine-tuning and developing the models, which are very customized, and Chinese bringing similar GPUs, like Huawei's 900C or AMD are coming up. The cost is reduced, and the techniques are available that allows more people to develop their own DeepSeek. OpenAI ChatGPT costed them the first iteration, 100 billion. DeepSeek costed them using the way around, use 5.6 billion. Imagine the difference. So it's getting more adaptable by everybody. So then this will take away the integrity and other parts, because now you don't have to regulate it. You don't have to probably go to that by individuals. It's not only big corporations who have to do it.
We go back again to the transparency. I think because I think in today's world, the more we teach transparency, teach students, even those who, because the industries, especially are relying heavily on these kind of tools, which comes with an advantage, but also comes with a risk, especially those who want to use these AI tools for sharing, let's say, private sensitive data. So I think we need to work on the infrastructure and with our own, let's say, our own tools, our own AI models that are developed locally. This is one aspect of it, but also make sure that when and how we can encourage them to be transparent about it, because I think this is the path forward to utilize these tools in ways that are productive for the community and society.
Thank you for your questions. I think it's time for a break. If you have more questions, please keep them with you. We'll have a second session, and then we'll have more discussion and more insightful presentations from our presenters and keynote speakers today. So thank you. It's time for the break, and then we'll be back after 20 minutes. Okay?
Do you know where my bag is? Just looking for the charger.
Yeah.
فايلات الثانية لا تنزل عشان إذا ما نزلوا ما بينزلوا. هذه لك من الإيمان. أيوة أهم واحد اللي هو الديستنس ترانسبورت. أحطه في الديسكتوب ولا عادي أحطه هنا في الفولدر؟ حطي فولدر. أيوة أكاديميك كتبي بعدين عادي لأن ما في رقم في الجدول. عجبني بربط. تمام.
Sheikh Ahmed, Prof. Yasser, our honored guests and audience, our beloved students. I hope you'll get something out of it today. We are talking about academic integrity, but we will be waiting a little bit on AI, but basically we are focusing on QA, quality assurance in higher education. Here is what we are focusing on. We will start with like history, with literature review, but then we will move to Oman, to autoplay QA definition. We will focus also on our institution and program accreditation standards and criteria related to academic integrity, and the Omani HEI's performance in our ISA institutional standards assessment activities as per ISAM V1. As you know, we used to have a system in institutional accreditation. We updated with a new system. We used the I1. We launched last year ISAM V2, but we analyzed the data related to institutional accreditation as regards academic integrity as per ISAM V1. So that's what we are going to share, and maybe it has lessons for our HEI, our higher education system, what lessons can be learned. We will focus a little bit on the policy, QA's policy on academic integrity in higher education, QA, and we will look at what opportunities we have in Oman as regards academic integrity and AI use, and what recommendations we can come up with. So, this is where we go. Integrity was there, actually even before the 19th century, but a compelling subject within the academia started in the 19th century. With formal research from the early 19th century, formal research started by us. Dr. Haji said before, Donald Maccabi studies, and actually those studies in the 1990s focus on guess what? On students cheating in American universities. So that's where the notion started actually, and from there started the establishment of the International Center for Academic Integrity, which is now one of the key references in academic integrity. I found so many definitions for academic integrity, but I tried just to quote one of the recent ones, but they all are around the same ideas of the core values related to academic integrity we are focusing on. Virtue, ethics, moral sincerity, intellectual honesty. So, the literature also focused on the ethical breaches in higher education as regards academic integrity, and data falsification is one of the key, actually, that was found as regards higher education. And the literature shows that this is due to a number of issues, but basically a lack of ethical education, and the impact, of course, is on academic credibility. There are so many, suggestions, recommendations from the literature for the reform, but basically integrity must be institutional. So it's the institution's responsibility, and it's not just legislative. And we need to embed integrity in our QA frameworks, as it's said now, AI era. So academic integrity 5 years from now was different from today, and we are not sure, as the question has been asked to the profs, what we are expecting. So, but basically, the generative AI is a serious risk issue, a serious challenging issue for all, for educators, for the academia. And when we talk about generative AI, let's take ChatGPT as an example. For example, it does bring opportunities to us, doesn't it? I remember when I was teaching at the university, like last year, my last semester last year, and some of my students were sending me an email, and I know that student was not that fluent in English, and I was, wow, Mohammed, you wrote a great email. Dora, this is ChatGPT. Thank you for being honest. You are telling your research teacher that you are cheating from ChatGPT. But there are opportunities when a student is reading an email or writing an email and reading those words, and they learn from those words, so there are opportunities. But we need to ensure fairness and originality, which is the biggest challenge for us. There need to be prevention actions, as the literature says. We need to design authentic assessment methods, techniques. We need to educate basically on AI ethics. We need to use detection tools, require declarations, policies, practices. And the literature currently is focusing on something that we need to shift from punitive to educational approaches. We need to apply the 3 E's. We need to educate our staff and students. From educating them, we need to enable them, provide them with the, let's say, detective AI tools, blah, 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 and then expect them to adhere to academic integrity. Without educating, we cannot expect that will happen. So when I came to Muhammad and I told him, Muhammad, come on, this is unethical. He said, Victoria, you never told me that I shouldn't use ChatGPT for writing an email. Yes, true. Then it was Khadija's fault, not Muhammad's fault. So we need to embed AI literacy and ethics in our curricula. We need to move to more trust-based integrity culture within the institution. So I don't know if you have heard about INCARI, but it's the International Network for Quality Assurance. Since we are talking about QA, basically this presentation is focusing on QA as regards academic integrity. So INCARI is the International Network for Quality Assurance Agencies in higher education, and they have principles basically on, let's say, QA generally as regards institutional accreditation and program accreditation, but I'm focusing just on the principles related to academic integrity and ethics. They published their standards and guidelines last week, so I'm blessed because the week before, when I was preparing this presentation, I criticized INCARI and they said, come on, INCARI, International Network for Higher Education, they don't have any standards and criteria on AI use as regards academic integrity, but they did. So the updated one, they do have not only focusing on academic integrity, ethics by safety, but they are also focusing on AI use. And what INCARI is focusing on is that the QA within the HEIs need to focus on promoting responsible, transparent, bias-free AI practices within HEIs. Also, in the literature, I found from the UNESCO a number of publications related to academic integrity or AI use, but as well as that, the SHEA, and the SHEA is the Council for Higher Education Accreditation, so it's one of the, again, leading QA agencies. And also they provided us with a number of guidelines, principles related to academic integrity. One of the key is we need to have clear AI policies. Human oversight control. And here, when we say human oversight, we do need support from AI, but it will not replace us in the near future, let's say the coming 2-3 years. If you are still alive in 5 years from now, we don't know, it might. But also, those principles and guidelines focus on the fairness and reliability, and those need to be bias-free, using verified data, promoting equitable access to everyone, should be transparent in grading, in feedback, in assessment, in everything. Data privacy and security also needs to be there, particularly when we are talking about students' data. The risk of the misuse of AI, generative AI applications. UNESCO focused on capacity building also, and UNESCO believes that HEIs need to train their staff and students on ethical AI use, on digital literacy and bias awareness. Quality and integrity monitoring, feedback should always be there, and QA reviews should always be there, because when we talk about an AI policy that's published in 23, let's just imagine that BUC has an AI policy related to academic integrity published in 2023. I'm not sure if that will be relevant in 2026, because all of those technological revolutions, what's coming within the AI, we cannot expect what's coming.
Should not be like in 40 years.
should be annually. If you don't do that, yes, monthly. If not monthly. Okay, here we are. So landing in Oman, QA is our QA national agency, which is including both schooling education and higher education. And since this is the higher education, we are focusing on the higher education side. This is Otraplay's definition of academic integrity. The very good thing about it, this was updated in 2024, and we started introducing AI use. So it's the same as the others: honesty, ethics, safety, blah blah blah. Anything related to using being ethical, but also we started introducing AI, the importance of AI systems. Now, let me a little bit explain. As regards the higher education, we have 4 systems. We have institutional accreditation, we have program accreditation, we have general foundation program quality audit, which is not an accreditation, not a pass or fail, but it is an auditing, and it comes with recommendations. And we have an IEQA system, International External Quality Assurance System. So, for example, let's say BUC wants to seek international accreditation through ABIT, through whatever international agency, they should go through IEQA policies in this regard. So those 4 systems we are overseeing, we are doing, we are applying. Now, in the institutional accreditation, as I said before, we used to have a system which started in 2016, the old institutional accreditation system, and that's when I refer to it as ISAM V1. We updated the system, we launched a new system by the end of 2023, early 2024, so that's what I will refer to in ISAM V2. So, when we talk about academic integrity, actually, in the old ISAM, we have 9 standards with so many criteria. But out of the 9 standards, we explicitly mention academic integrity in standard 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. And within 1, you can see in 4 criteria. Within 2, in 3 criteria. Within 3, in 2 criteria, 3 criteria. Within 4, in 2 criteria. Within 7, in 1 criteria. Even with that, we have a specific, when it comes to standard 2, which is student learning by coursework, we have a specific criteria called academic integrity. When it comes to research programs, learning for research programs, again have a specific criteria for the academic integrity, ethics, and biosafety, because here we are talking about biosafety. And when it comes to staff research and consultancy, we also are focusing on ethics, biosafety, intellectual property ID. So this was in ISAM V1. When we updated in ISAM V2, we reduced our standards and criteria. So from 9 standards, they became 6. And from 74 standards, they became 47. But the standards, out of the 6, again in 5, we explicitly mention academic integrity. And again, it's a number of criteria. But basically, we do have specific criteria called academic integrity. Also in the PSA, the program standards assessment, in the program accreditation, any program, medical program, health sciences program, engineering, any program in Oman, whether it's a diploma, whether it's a bachelor, undergrad, whether it's a postgrad, master, PhD, our standards apply to them. So we assess institutions against those criteria. We have 3 standards for program accreditation. The first standard is the program management, and the second 2 standards apply either or. So if a program is being run through a coursework, so the program will be assessed through program management and standard 2, so 1 and 2. If the program is done via research, let's say a master's program, which is 100%, so the HEI in that program will be assessed in standard 1, program management plus standard 3. But guess what? In both standards, we again are focusing on academic integrity and thoroughly. And here, compared to the institutional, we are thoroughly looking at students' samples. We are looking at thousands of samples of students' work. So it's always there in our standards and criteria. I have said a word before. I said we focusing on it explicitly. But guess what? Implicitly, in all our criteria, academic integrity is there. The HEI is not expected to submit as a single document that is not adhering to academic integrity. Otherwise, the HEI will fail. So, okay. they go to the second chance, so they are reassessed on the criteria that they failed in. And if in the second chance they pass some and failed others, they go to the third chance. So when we reach this stage, we started analyzing the data, and at this stage, actually we have more than this number, but we have 27 HEIs in Oman which have reached this stage with I-71. So the statistic that we will show as our fair, the 27 HEIs I-71. Now when we analyze the data in standard 2, particularly, which is the coursework which applies to all the HEIs, guess what? We have 11 criteria. We have graduate attributes, we have curriculum, student entry standards, teaching quality, research, academic integrity, blah, blah, blah. But look at the means, the really red marks are within academic integrity. And that's where the data shows. Now, and let me tell you a little bit, just explain how do we rate HEIs. We have a rating of, we have 5 ratings. So if the HEIs got 0 in that criteria, means that the provision or practice are not meeting the requirements of this criteria. And out of the 27 HEIs, 7 failed. They got 0. 10 got partially met, but 1 out of 4. 1 means the provision of practice is not fully, just partially meeting the standard. So within academic integrity, out of 27 HEIs, 10 got 1. And 2, what do we mean by 2? 2 means you are meeting the standard, the criteria, but to the minimum standards. You are not meeting it to a very good standard, you are meeting it to the minimum. So the rest 10 HEIs met it, but the borderline of meeting. And we have a rating of 3 means the HEI is doing really well, and this is a really very good practice. And 0 HEIs got 3, and 0 HEIs did extraordinary work. And our 4 means, if an HEI has got a 4 in a specific criteria, we believe at OAAA that this practice is so unique and exceptional that I can take it from this HEI, let's say from BUC, and apply it in the HEIs in Oman. We got 0 there. So these are our quantitative assessment. Also, we analyze the qualitative data thoroughly, looking at themes, sub-themes, and seeing where are exactly the pitfalls within academic integrity. And here are the themes that we came up with. The green is the one where 30% of the HEIs really did well in, but 70 did not. And the rest, 70 plus, did not do well in, from the 27 HEIs I mean. Okay, so the first was on detection and prevention measures, and we noticed there were a number of sub-themes, but we tried to take like the let's say, the more trending data. And the trending data showed that we do have some very good HEIs which use detection tools, which use technology, and have effective steps to take prevention, detecting breaches like plagiarism softwares, doing awareness raising sessions for staff, for students, blah, blah, blah. Examples are that plagiarism detection software is used for all the submissions. So we looked at all the submissions. Some of the HEIs in the old ISM used to submit up to 1,700 documents, including the submission itself, the report. So we looked at the report, which was, some of them reached up to 50,000, 70,000 words, but it was very good. Also, all the evidence submitted, mandatory materials, supplementary materials, all the evidence to support the criteria were done properly. We noticed that some of our HEIs are using workshops on avoiding misconduct, and those are held regularly. We noticed that there were 2 HEIs out of the 27 that do random checks for cheating, and they do like selectively choose papers, let's say from the students who got A's and from the students who got F's, and analyze those data to see where are the trending things. We do believe that since, as I said, only 30% were here, all our HEIs in Oman, this is a call from OAAA to continue investing on technology. The workshops, monitoring, and effectively reviewing and regularly from time to time. Out of 27 institutes, how many do you expect is an academic integrity as per our ISLB 1? Huh? Four out of 7. There was a lack of formal policy. We are fine. We are not saying at IEEE that you must have a policy, but at least a framework, guidelines, whatever, anything that shows that you are caring about it. But when we say a policy, we are not saying that it must be like the institution's laid a comprehensive, documented academic integrity policy covering all programs. We did find that some HEIs do not have a comprehensive one, but some HEIs do have an academic honesty guidelines, but those are limited to departments. Let's say, for example, the College of Law they have, but the College of Business they do not have. Some programs operate without even documents, and when the panel, our external reviewers went to assess that HEI, when they were interviewing the staff and students, staff were saying, yes, we do, we select a sample of students' work, we blah, blah, blah. But where are the guidelines? Nothing. We are already doing it. We are expecting that IEEE will pass us because we know that they believe in us. So there is no institution-wide definition of academic misconduct. This was found in the data. Policy is generic, and when I said here the four ways we're having really thorough policies. There were some, let's say, efforts here and there, but there were areas where policies were generic, lacking details. Some policies were 1 page and 5 lines, but even from the 5 lines, you cannot touch what do they want? What does the CI want from the students? What do the students understand from this? What do the teachers understand from this? And academic integrity expectations are not standardized. We need an Oman in our higher education sector to develop and implement an institution-wide policy, ensuring coverage for all academic units, communicating it widely, getting it accessible to all our staff and students. We also noticed that there is a lack of regular review of the policies. Now, as I said earlier, the policy on academic integrity, which was in 2019 or 2020, is not applicable anymore today. And if we will have a policy this year, we need to ensure that we are reviewing it regularly. And this was, again, a pitfall within our HEIs. There's no formal review, and we noticed in 7 HEIs, which have either policies or just normal documents, since it was introduced in some HEIs from 2000, I think it was 9 or 8. Since 2008, it was never touched upon. This is what the data should not tell you. Okay? So we need to schedule annual policy reviews, particularly we are talking about all this AI revolution. We need to solicit input from our staff and students because we need to know their needs. So that's how we can respond to their needs. Maybe students' needs in, let's say, governorate like Brahimi might be different from students' needs in Muscat. So we need to see, and from a department to another department, but we will need to have that institutional policy which caters to the different needs. And we need to update as per the trends, incidents. Enforcement and sanctions. There were real breaches of academic integrity, not handled consistently or transparently across our HEIs. Penalties for plagiarism vary by faculty. We noticed when we were talking with the faculty, even within the same HEIs, for example, Prof. Yasser was telling us something, and then saying something else. And sometimes Prof. Yasser and Dr. Fatma were even from the same department, from the same college. So breaches are sometimes ignored or handled informally. No central record of academic misconduct cases, although we asked in our mandatory materials that to be submitted by the HEI to provide us with samples of students' plagiarism cases and how those has been handled. Sanctions for violations are not transparent. So they will say, "Nahna nahram al-talib, wallah kif tihramu?" We don't know. Appeal process is not clearly defined, and appeal process was a And we try to use the induction in a very good way that we deliver all the message we want to students. And the data has shown that our HEIs, even in the induction, they are not touching upon academic integrity. Very few, I mean, not all, but very few. Staff-led training on handling misconduct, and that's why we found different practices. Low awareness among students particularly, and when we say, how do you ensure your assignment was done properly according to ethical? I don't know, Dora, I put it in the internet and بعدين I see the report وبعدين the report is 40% وبعدين I go and I play on it and I submit it again. Okay, good. Guidelines are not included in course syllabi. That is found in all HEIs in Oman. The 27 of the underlying data. We need to include academic integrity in our orientations, induction programs. We need staff workshops, students workshops even. We need to publish guidance in our syllabi, students materials, let's say student handbook, whatever. Okay, autoplay QA also is bringing you more work. We have a policy on academic integrity. The purpose of this policy is to define autoplay QA expectations for academic integrity in all formal submissions. You are not expected or HEIs to submit a single document that's not adhering to academic integrity. Otherwise, it will affect, yes, the entire standard. Our policy emphasizes respect for the intellectual work of others and outlines how autoplay QA responds to detected breaches. The scope of this policy applies to all HEIs, all our higher education institutions submitting documents for any external quality assurance activity. And I mean by external quality assurance for any institutional accreditation, reaccreditation, program accreditation, IEQA, GFP quality audits, any activity. It covers all types of documents, all areas of institutional activity, and all HEI staff involved in preparing submission. And as I said, we look at samples of teachers' research. The core principle of it is upholding honesty, originality, acknowledgement of sources in all submissions to ensure credibility, fairness, and transparency in the national QA system. The policy, I hope it will open. No, it didn't. Okay, it's available. It's available on autoplay QA website. It has lots of details. Okay. Okay, that's what with autoplay QA. I hope you found the red flags as regards academic integrity as per our ISA V1. But I even started when I have been told by Her Excellency's office that we have to do a paper at BUC. I started reviewing the literature in Oman. Let's look, what do we have? It's AI. I did found one very good example. I hope it's not. We do have a policy recently published by Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, and it is a national Omani policy on ethical AI use. And I do advise all of you to go to it. You will find it in my list of references in the last slide. Please go to it, read it. It is like shaping a national policy for the ethical AI use. Is it very specific to the higher education sector? Not very specific to the higher education sector. That's why I think we, until the moment, a few days back when I was doing my local review of the literature, Omani literature, no clear national policy or regulation on acceptable AI use in Oman, which percentage, which technique, which blah, blah, blah. This is still not clear. Oops, bismillah. Limited institutional guidance on AI-generated content. We discovered, I found that 3 of our HEIs do have some guidelines in their websites about AI-generated content and detection citations. I did find one HEIs which have a structured training program for ethical AI for its staff, and it wasn't even available online through my contacts with my colleagues. I got that one. So if you have something, please let it be available so we can learn from each other's practices. Maybe some institutions have some good practices, but I didn't see any. I looked at all
Executive Officer of the Oman Authority for Academic Accreditation and Quality Assurance of Education. It is with great respect that I now invite Her Excellency Dr. Jocha Shikedi, accompanied by Sheikh Ahmed bin Nasser al-Naimi, Chairman of PUC, and Professor Yasir Fuad, Dean of PUC, to receive a token of gratitude from Al-Kuwaiti University College.
I'd like to thank Dr. Khadija again for this informative presentation, and especially for sharing the findings and recommendations of the OAAA QA with us. And inshallah, these recommendations will be incorporated by all HPIs to ensure that all our documents and practices are abiding by the requirements of the academic integrity. Now we're going to listen or see another presentation entitled Between the Human Mind and Artificial Intelligence, Who Will Lead Academic Integrity? The presentation is delivered by Professor Fatma Mufarrah. Prof. Fatma is a professor of pure mathematics at Princess Noura bin Abdullah University, specializing in differential geometry. Dr. Fatma earned her PhD in pure mathematics from the University of Wellington, Australia, where her research focuses on the fully nonlinear curvature flow of rationally systematic symmetric hypersurfaces. Throughout her academic journey, Prof. Al-Mu'arraf has demonstrated excellence in research, teaching, and academic leadership. She currently serves as the Director of Scientific Research Center and a member of the Research Funding Committee at PNU. Her previous leadership role includes head of alumni unit in academic support and student services from 2019 to 2021, and coordinator for shared courses and collaborations in the Department of Mathematical Sciences from 17 to 18. Prof. Al-Mu'arraf has participated in numerous national and international conferences and is a certified trainer in management, mathematics, self-development, and research skills development. In addition, she serves as a consultant and reviewer for the accreditation of academic and university programs and is an active member of several mathematical societies. Dr. Al-Mu'arraf, the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمحوا لي أول بدقيقتين باللغة العربية ثم انتقل للغة الإنجليزية. أولاً أشكر المنظمين على دعوتي
المرسلين اللهم افتح بيننا وبين قومنا بالحق وأنت خير الفاتحين. Welcome everyone, and here is my talk. I will talk today about between the human mind and artificial intelligence, who will lead the academic integrity. Before I start, maybe you will see my talk is a little bit different about the others because they are specialists in AI. But I will talk more today as a researcher, as an academic. Okay? Okay, who will be the leader? Human mind or AI? Academic integrity between intelligence and conscience, the human mind replacement. This is the main points for today. I will start with this activity. Please have a look to the two sentences in front of you. Number one and number two. I will give you like a minute to say what is the main difference. Anything can help. Can you please have a look? And if you need, I will read it for you. I believe artificial intelligence can support us, but nothing can replace genuine human creativity. Recent analysis indicate that artificial intelligence offers advances, assistive capabilities. However, human creativity remains an irreplaceable component of innovation. Can you tell me please what is the difference? Thanks a lot. It's very clear. That sentence number one is human writing. Sentence number two, it's really giving the same, but it's AI writing. Here you can see that our writing is dependent on feeling, is dependent on senses, insights. It's totally different about this one, which is dependent on analysis. Collecting data and put it. Yes, this one is looking very high standard of writing. This is what we need for publishing articles because it's academic, more academic. But why I use these two sentences? Because I need you to help your students and even your kids, not just students, and help your colleagues to see this small hidden line between the two kinds of automated writing and human. We need both of them. We need to start from ourselves, to express our ideas, and then after we write it, we have people to develop it using AI. It's not a shame. Use a ChatGPT or whatever the artificial Okay. Academic integrity. I will not say the definition because all my colleagues today say a lot about it. But when I was preparing to do this presentation, I had my pen, the normal pen and normal paper. I think what is the words that would be related to this word, academic integrity. Many words come to my mind. Student, researcher, authenticate, similarity, laws, regulations, schools, kids, behavior. But then I need to express some of them and put it in this slide. Wow, I find I need like an hour to write whatever I like. I'm brave enough to say that I go to ChatGPT and I say, please, make a brainstorm about academic integrity and give me words as much as you can. I'm not surprised. It's usually helping. It gave it to me as a classification. And I will read some for you. It gives me under human qualities these words: awareness, empathy, self-reflection, and others. It gave me under moral those things: conscience, integrity of the mind, and another thing. And it gave me more that doesn't come at all to my mind, like violation and challenges. It gave me some even for our health. Why those people who use the ChatGPT or artificial intelligence all the time, stuck with their phone, in every minute, why they have depression? This doesn't come to my mind. And you can see, I just take a screenshot, cut it, and organize it. I did this in 3 minutes. Well, if I write it myself, how many minutes will take? Maybe it will take 1 hour. So, as I say, we have to. I'm saying this here because I know you can to show them the small difference between us and AI. We are not against each other. We have to collaborate together to express our ideas and to make it in the best way. Okay, who lead who between human and artificial intelligence? The story starts from when the people invent the artificial intelligence. Whatever it's very old, or as they say, 2022, in the middle between of them doesn't matter. But after they invent, they found that it affects their life. They affect their thinking, they affect their writing, it affects their assessment, it affects their study, even it goes to their relationship. Because there is people around us now, they don't talk to anyone. They don't ask anyone. They just ask to ChatGPT. So you can see. Can we say it affects them badly or positively? No one can say. It's depends on the way they use it. If it helps and keep their thinking as they need, it will be positively. If they just copy and paste, I will not say, you know what is it, okay? Academic integrity, between intelligence and conscience. In universities now, in schools, in our house, do we have to stop using artificial intelligence? Can we do it? No. Whatever we do, we say no, they will use it. Even our kids. You will just find your daughter or your son doing his homework without asking your help. And then if you go behind this, you will find it, take a photo of this homework, put it in ChatGPT, they solve it, and then they transfer the knowledge. Why we put them in this situation? Why we force them to do this? Let's do something better. Let's teach them how we use in good way, depending on integrity, fairness, and awareness. And for me, the awareness is more important thing. Once they understand how it shaped their life and how it can help, they can use it the right way. Let me give an example for students. We know all students have to do some projects, especially for graduation project. If this student doesn't know how to do this research before, he will start. From where he will start, how he will pick this point, how he will connect the literature review. So the bad student will just take the easy and short way, go to ChatGPT and say, please write to me an essay in 3,000 words, make it academic, put the literature review, use these paragraphs, start with abstract, finish with conclusion, and give me reference. And it will give you this. But then when you submit it, here is the big problem. Here the thing that we refuse it, even in university. We don't accept assessment because it has to be your work. It has to be your idea. Okay, we allow you to have some help, but then how the student have this help? If he don't know anything else, he can go to ChatGPT and say, please let me know from where I have to start if let's say he is studying biomath. I need to work in the blood cells under this condition if this person have this kind of illness. And then he will give you, oh, okay, this is happened like 20 years ago, they start to study this one, they develop it like this, and no one study this one. So this student will have from where he has to start. But the bad thing, if he just ask, copy, and paste. For the researcher, and any researcher like member staff, they, of course they need to do their promotion. They can't have their promotion to be professor or associate if they don't have article paper. Article paper is published in academic journal. Academic journal is not accepting anything. You have to be creative. You have to write in good way. So how you will save your time as a researcher and use artificial intelligence to do this academic and don't be rejected? If you have your point, you can go to AI, and I don't recommend to use ChatGPT for articles, for paper, academic paper, because it's not really working, it's not right. There is another website for artificial intelligence of the researcher. Okay, how you will do it? You can easily say, ask it to collect the literature review for you and ask for a timeline. You can say for the last 20 years or from the beginning, what do you know? And also the artificial intelligence expertise, they also can recommend you to say to this website, consider yourself as a professor, specialize in this one from 20 or 30 years, and you know exactly about article papers. Help me please to have a timeline for literature. Or maybe you use it in another way, to pick a gap point. Say, in this subject, or in this case, I need to know what is happening. From where they start, what is missing, and where to stop. And here you can see what's happened, and you can choose your own point to work on it. So this is the right way to use artificial intelligence. Human mind replacement. I need to ask you, do you think there is something will replace the human mind? If you say yes, please raise your hand. I need to hear from you. If you see there is something will replace the human mind, raise your hand. Oh, I'm surprised. They are just two. أنتم تحيز؟ طبعا أنا سألتكم إذا كنتم ما فهمتوني، إذا كنت ترى أن هناك ما سيقوم باستبدال العقل البشري، ارفع يدك. إذا كنت ترى ليس هل نحتاج، هل تعتقد أن الذكاء الاصطناعي سيقوم باستبدال العقل البشري؟ إذا أنت تقول نعم، ارفع يدك. والله في ايادي زادت. شكرا لكم، شكرا لمشاركتكم. انا ما اقدر اقول it's right or wrong, but I can say in my view it's not. Why? Because of all these things. As a people, we have human intuition. We have moral conscience. We have experience and suffering. Artificial intelligence doesn't have enough experience. It just collects things and give it to us. But as a people, as a person, I have a problem. I search, I try, I fail, I come back to search till I found the something that made me satisfied. Till I found the solution. All of these things make the creativity. But for all these things, we need ethical thinking training. We need to train ourselves before training our people around us. To think ethically. Why? Because when I will go to use ChatGPT or whatever like ChatGPT, I have to do my own as much as I can. Then I will choose artificial intelligence to help me to improve my work. This is when we say ethical thinking training. We can't train our people if we don't do it ourselves. Because I'm a mathematician, I can't finish the presentation without an equation. I'm sorry, but this is mathematician. Make it short, very clear. Academic integrity is just a human wisdom in addition to digital responsibility. And you can see here the balance between them. Here's our mind, and here is artificial intelligence, and we can't ignore that both of them have to collaborate with both things on the two sides. Human mind need the insight, need the conscience, need your experience, need your feeling, because bad happiness and can make you give the best result of you. But to do this in good way, we have to use artificial intelligence because it gives us the quickness, just will take the leadership and ignore the other, because it doesn't work like this way. Another questions, and I know a lot of you have other than this. In universities, do we need ethical use regulation instead of a complete ban? Universities and academic journals have to change their mind today and don't say to student and researcher, stop using AI. No, but they have to put regulation for this and teach them how they use it. Another question. Could the machine provide an idea that someone might steal? What do you think? هل تستطيع الآلة أن تعطينا فكرة ونعتبر أن الإنسان سرقها؟ No. For me at least, no. There is no research saying yes or no. There is one right or wrong. But in my field, no. Because all AI is just collecting ideas from person like me and you. Old or new. If it gives you an idea, it's another one idea. So you will not steal it. Indirect.
Another person through the machine.
Thank you. Another question. Does artificial intelligence make humans lose confidence? What do you think? Some people say yes, some people say no. If you depend on it all the time, you will lose your trust in yourself. If you use it in a good way, you will build your trust in yourself. So it's dependent on the way. And I'm sure there is many questions like this. In the conclusion, to sum up this, AI doesn't threaten academic integrity. It is just a test for us, not for the academic integrity. It doesn't appear in actions and works, but it's a kind of personal behavior. Happens when no one sees you. It really happens when you sit by yourself and you are not feeling bad that you will use it. I hope it was simple talk. It's not very deep in AI like the talk before me. Thank you for your listening, and I hope you enjoy it.
Thank you, Prof. Fatma, for this insightful presentation.
Thank you.
And especially for your strong belief in the human mind.
Yes.
So you believe that the that artificial
I'm not
intelligence.
against AI.
Yeah.
So we'll be still there in the coming 5 years.
So you strongly believe that artificial intelligence will usually serve the human mind and will never replace it. So we see in the panel discussion, I mean, how many agree with this? It's time for the third presentation entitled Truth and Technology Upholding Academic Integrity in the AI Century. This presentation will be delivered by Dr. Majid Al-Adwan, who is an Associate Professor of Administrative Law and Postgraduate Program Coordinator at Suhar University, Oman. Dr. Majid Al-Awad is an accomplished academic and legal expert specializing in administrative law, with over a decade of experience in higher education across Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Oman. He currently serves as Associate Professor and Postgraduate Program Coordinator at Suhar University. Dr. Majid holds a PhD in law from the University of Jordan and has led senior academic position at Taiba University and Amman Arab University. A prolific researcher, Dr. Al-Adwan has published extensively in Scopus, indexed journals on topics such as artificial intelligence law, administrative justice, and public-private partnerships. He has participated in numerous regional and international conferences, including the International Law Academy in The Hague and recent legal technology forums. In addition to supervising postgraduate research, Dr. Al-Adwan has led strategic initiatives in legal education, academic quality, and international legal consultancy. Dr. Al-Adwan, the floor is yours.
العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد بن عبد الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن سار على نهجه وهداه إلى يوم الدين، وبعد. أحييكم بتحية الإسلام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية نشكر راعية الحفل الدكتورة جوهر الشيكلية، وأيضا نشكر الشيخ أحمد بن ناصر النعيمي رئيس مجلس الإدارة بكلية البريمي، والبروفيسور ياسر فؤاد عميد كلية البريمي على حسن الضيافة والمشاركة في هذا الحفل العلمي الكريم. عنوان مداخلتي هي النزاهة الأكاديمية في البحث القانوني. إحنا القانونيين جافين، يعني حتى السلايدات عندنا جافة، إنه 1 زائد 1 يساوي 2، ما بنجامل. النزاهة الأكاديمية في البحث القانوني. إذا نظرنا إلى عنوان المؤتمر المنعقد اليوم، هو يتكلم عن النزاهة الأكاديمية. النزاهة الأكاديمية منطلقها قبل أن يدخل عضو هيئة التدريس إلى صفه لكي يعطي محاضرته، هنا تتجسد النزاهة الأكاديمية. استنادا لقول الإمام الشافعي رحمه الله: أخي لن تنال العلم إلا ب5 سأنبئك عنهن ببيان: ذكاء وحرص وبلغة وصحبة أستاذ وطول زمان. قال الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم: من عمل منكم عملا فليتقنه. بالتالي يترتب علينا قبل أن نتطرق إلى الجانب القانوني، سواء كنا طلاب مطالبين بإعداد بحوث علمية في شتى مجالات العلم الإنساني أو العلمي، أو كنا أعضاء هيئة تدريس أو باحثين من أجل إعداد بحوث. هذه البحوث سترتقي بجامعاتنا ومعاهدنا ودولتنا. يجب علينا قبل أن نتطرق إلى النص القانوني أن نتطرق داخليا إلى الأمانة. من عمل منكم عملا فليتقنه، إذا لم يكن عمر يرانا فإن الله يرانا. هذا الجانب الديني في النزاهة الأكاديمية. ولكن يأتي القانون في المرصاد في حال أن تم الإخلال بهذه المهنة السامية، بهذا العمل العظيم، بنشر العلم، بتتبع التطورات العلمية. يأتي النص القانوني ليقول: أنا هنا بالمرصاد لأجل أن أعاقبك دون أن أخذ فيك رحمة. في حال أن تم الاعتداء على أي مصنف علمي، على أي بحث علمي، على أي ابتكار علمي. قبل يومين سمعنا على جائزة نوبل مين أخذها ومين كان حاب يأخذها. ليش؟ ابتكارات. يجي دكتور ابتكر شيء جديد، أضاف على أصناف الكيمياء شيء جديد لأجل أن يدرس من الآن وطالعا في إيش؟ في كليات العلوم. بالتالي النزاهة الأكاديمية تبدأ من عضو هيئة التدريس عندما يدخل إلى غرفة الصف لكي ينبئ أبنائه لأنه يجب أن تسير حياتكم العلمية على مر ال4 سنوات وما سيتلوها من عمل ميداني أو حتى عمل أكاديمي بنزاهة أكاديمية لا يخالطها الشك أو الريبة. المجال القانوني في النزاهة الأكاديمية مهم جدا. جميع الفروع الإنسانية تحتاج إلى بحوث، منها المجال القانوني. نحن كقانونيين عندما نكتب أبحاثنا دائما نتوخى الحذر والدقة بالبحث عن النزاهة الأكاديمية في بحوثنا بأن لا نتعدى على أي مؤلف قانوني. بالتالي يتمحور دور القانون بوضع نصوص تشريعية كما سأبين في نهاية مداخلتي هذه، من أجل الحماية المطلقة للنزاهة الأكاديمية عند إعداد البحوث بجميع فروعها، ومنها البحوث القانونية. يجب أن نتوخى وننتبه أشد الانتباه إلى أن البحث يجب أن يتمتع بالأصالة والنزاهة والجدية، وأن لا يكون قد كتب من قبل أو تم الاعتماد على بحث جاهز من قبل. العلوم تتسارع في شتى الميادين، علوم علمية، علوم إنسانية، الإنسانية بما فيها العلوم القانونية. هنا يجب على الباحث عندما يكتب بحثه أن يراعي قدر الإمكان في نقل المعلومة القانونية، سواء كانت أحكام محاكم القضاء أو كانت من أمهات الكتب الفقه أو كانت نصوص تشريعية. يجب أن يذكر المصدر الذي استند إليه في إعداد البحث القانوني. تنحصر محاور النزاهة الأكاديمية في ثلاث: الأمانة في توثيق المصادر، ما في مشكلة، خذ المعلومة بس حط ايش بين قوسين انه هذه المعلومة اخذتها من الدكتور ماجد العدوان. خذ اي معلومة انت بتحب او تشتهي انها تكون موجودة في بحثك، بس اشير الى صاحبها او مؤلفها. الصدق في عرض الآراء والتحليلات واحترام حقوق الآخرين أي حقوق الملكية الفكرية. إذن النزاهة الأكاديمية في المجال القانوني موجودة ومطلوبة، ويجب الالتزام بها بحذافيرها عند النقل، وخصوصا عندما يصبح الطالب في مرحلة الماجستير أو الدكتوراه. يجب أن يتوخى أشد الحذر في كتابة رسالة الدكتوراه أو حتى في إعداد أطروحة الدكتوراه أو رسالة الماجستير، لأنه هذه سمعة طالب، سمعة مشرف، سمعة جامعة لما يعد بحث، وخصوصا إذا كان في مجال قانوني يعني عالم في القانون. إذا النزاهة الأكاديمية هي التزام الباحث القانوني بالمبادئ الأخلاقية. لن أطيل عليكم، أود الإشارة إلى تشريعاتنا القانونية في سلطنة عمان. نريد أن نعطي الثمرة دون يعني ما نروح يمين يسار يمين يسار، خلينا نروح على الثمرة. احنا الآن ب 2025، كل ما تفضل فيه الزملاء وسمعناه اليوم على عيننا وراسنا وجميل جدا. حتى لو أصبحنا في عام 2026 حتى بعد 100 سنة، بعد 200 سنة يبقى القانون في المرصاد في أي عمل أكاديمي. أنا هيني بقول لطلابي الموجودين أمامي، أخاطبهم، وأيضا لأعضاء هيئة التدريس والأكاديميين ودور النشر. القانون واضح، القانون صادر عن سلطة من سلطات الدولة الثلاث: تشريعية، تنفيذية. من وضع هذا القانون هو السلطة التشريعية، وخط بمرسوم سلطاني، وهو موجود سواء في السلطنة أو في المملكة العربية السعودية أو في الأردن أو في أمريكا أو في بريطانيا. وين ما بتروح، وين ما بتصد، وين ما بتلف، تجد هذه القوانين موجودة من أجل تحقيق ما نحن نقف عليه الآن، تحقيق النزاهة الأكاديمية. استمتع معي وانظر في نص المادة اللي أمامي شو بتقول لك: تتمتع بالحماية بموجب أحكام هذا القانون المصنفات الأدبية والفنية والعلمية المبتكرة. شو هي المصنفات؟ كتب وكتيبات، برامج حاسب آلي، مصنفات التي تلقى شفاهة كالمناقشات والمواعظ. أيضا ماذا؟ الدراما والموسيقى، المؤلفات الموسيقية، المصنفات السمعية، حتى مجرد أغنية إذا بتحكي عليها بيروح بيقاضيك صاحبها بيقول لك على أي أساس أنت سرقتها مني، صح ولا لا؟ كيف لما يكون مصنف علمي مهم في الطب أو في الفلك أو في الهندسة أو في القانون أو ما شابه ذلك. بالتالي لم يغفل المشرع العماني النص على حماية حقوق المؤلف وتحقيق النزاهة الأكاديمية. ها هي النصوص أمامكم تطرق أبوابها دون أن تجامل لا طالب علم ولا أستاذ جامعي ولا حتى مبتكر في أي مجالات من المجالات الطبية أو الفنية أو الهندسية. لا تعتدي على مصنفات سمعية بصرية أو فوتوغرافية، أي حتى صورة لو أنها مرسومة وموقع عليها خلاص ما لك حق فيها، تعود ملكيتها إلى شخص هو اللي خطها ورسمها. كيف لما يكون بحث في مجالات العلوم؟ أيضا الرسومات التوضيحية والخرائط الفوتوغرافية والرسومات التخطيطية وغيرها. القانون العماني كان صريح بموجب المرسوم السلطاني 65/2008 سار المفعول بأن هذه هي محمية في قانون حماية المؤلف والحقوق المجاورة. يا أخوان خلينا باللغة العامية، خلينا ننسى اللغة العربية وخلينا ننسى المجاملات اللي بيناتنا. قانون ما بيرحم، قدام فضيلة الشيخ القاضي في قضية من القضايا المتعلقة بالنزاهة الأكاديمية شو ما كان، هذا الاعتداء أو الانتهاك لن يجاملك في تطبيق النص القانوني، لأنه وضع يده على القرآن وقال أقسم بالله العظيم أن أؤدي عملي الموكول إلي بأمانة وإخلاص. إذن سيؤدي في تطبيق النص القانوني في حال توافر الجريمة وانتهاك الخطوط الحمراء في التعرض على حقوق المؤلف وما يصاحبها من حقوق المجاورة بتطبيق النص بحذافيرك عليك. نتوخى الحذر كطلبة، كأعضاء هيئة التدريس، كمؤلفين، شو ما كان مجالاتنا، بأن لا نعتدي على حقوق الغير. دائما المعتدي خسران، صح ولا لا؟ دائما المعتدي خسران. بعدين هذه أمانة يا أخوان، أمانة. كيف الشعوب ارتقت وصارت في الدرجة الأولى ووصلوا للقمر ووصلوا للكواكب الأخرى؟ أمانة، علم هذا. أعطيني شو يعني، ابدأ من حيث انتهى غيرك، مش تروح تاخذ شغل غيرك وتيجي تقول والله أنا أموري الحمد لله، تفضل يعني خلصت، يلا بدي أخلص درجات علمية. لا، في يوم من الأيام إحنا كنا طلاب بكالوريوس ورحنا على الماجستير وصرنا دكاترة وهينا بندرس كل فوج فوج فوج. دائما رسالتنا لطلابنا من أجل النهضة في بلدك، من أجل إعمار بلدك، من أجل الرقي فيها، لابد أنه تأتي بجديد. حك الدماغ اللي عندك وهذا جديد، مش تروح تاخذ من إيش، تأخذ من غيرك أو تأخذ لا، من حيث ما توقف غيرك ابدأ لكي تنقش علما جديدا يستفيد منه البشرية. لهذا الحماية القانونية أحيانا لا تشمل أشياء تكون خارجة عنها، مثل الوثائق الرسمية كالقوانين واللوائح والقرارات والاتفاقيات. هذه منشورة على موقع وزارة العدل والشؤون القانونية في سلطنة عمان، حمايتها أصلا منها فيها. أيضا خطاب رسمي على الإذاعة والتلفزيون، هذا ما في داعي. ليش؟ لأنه مقابلة صحفية، هذه لا تشملها الحماية القانونية. الأنباء اليومية والأحداث الجارية التي تكون مجرد أخبار صحفية، هذه لا ننظر إليها بتعزيزها بحماية قانونية. إذا المؤلف يتمتع بحقوق أدبية. هل تعلم، عشان أزيدك من الشعر بيت، هل تعلم بأن أي اعتداء على مؤلف أتت كل جميع القوانين في دول العالم بما فيها قانوننا الكريم في سلطنتنا الحبيبة سلطنة عمان، قالت حتى لو توفي صاحب الكتاب أو المؤلف أنا بالمرصاد لأجل حمايته. مات، الله يسهل عليه، دعواتنا إليه بالرحمة. طيب، ومؤلفاته اللي تركها والكنز العلمي اللي وراه ممكن يجي واحد ويأخذها؟ لا، ما بيأخذها. أنا حميته لمدة 50 سنة لورا لأجل إني أحافظ عليها، ما أخلي حدا يعتدي عليها. اسمه الحماية بالتقابل، 50 عاما. طيب، لو هذا المؤلف كان موجود وله قيمة وله سلعة وله قيمة مادية ومات صاحبه، شو الحل؟ الحل إني أحمي الحماية المالية له كم؟ 95 عام أيضا بعد وفاته. طب كان المؤلفون مشتركون بأكثر من شخص، مشتركون كلهم في مؤلف واحد، ومات الأول وباقي الثاني والثالث إلى أن توفي الآخر، اللي آخر واحد فيهم له خامس. تبدأ المدة تعد 50 سنة من موت آخر شخص من المؤلف المشترك ما بين هؤلاء المؤلفين. إذا حماية قانونية، من رسمها؟ من خطها؟ المشرع. ليش؟ عشان أقول لك بس ستوب، لا تعتدي. اعتداءك هذا لن أقبل فيه مطلقا. احنا شو اليوم مجتمعين عشان ايش؟ عشان نزاهة أكاديمية، صح ولا لا؟ لن أسمح لك يا طالب، لن أسمح لك يا دكتور، لن أسمح لك يا عالم ذرة، نووي، كيمياء، فيزياء، أحياء، لن أسمح لك مطلقا بالاعتداء. أنا لك بالمرصاد. إذا الحق في نسبة المؤلف إليه، هذا حق من حقوق المؤلف. الحق في منع أي تحريف أو تشويه أساس بمصنفه، هذا لا يمكن ويعتبر مخالف لحقوق المؤلف. يجب أيضا الالتزام بهذه الشروط، وإلا وقعت غرامات نصت عليها المادة 52 من قانون حماية المؤلف والحقوق المجاورة الصادر بموجب المرسوم السلطاني رقم 65 على 2008. شو هي العقوبات التي تقع؟ العقوبات اللي تقع سجن، نعم بسجنك ما عندي مشكلة، تعال أصدر فيك قرار سجن بخليك تنظم عندي مدة لا تقل عن 3 أشهر ولا تزيد عن 3 سنوات. طيب أنا لو جبت لك غرفة وحطيتك فيها، قلت لك هي انترنت وماكل وشارب ونايم وحياتك 7 نجوم، بس ممنوع تطلع من هذه الغرفة لمدة 3 سنوات، تطيق؟ انتهى، صح ولا لا؟ يعني يجي يقول لك لا، أنا بدي أحمي النزاهة الأكاديمية، بدي أحمي الاعتداء والتعرض على على أي حق مؤلف. إذا أنا اكتشفت في يوم من الأيام وجدت وقفت أمامي بشكوى وتم الاعتداء على مؤلف، بطبق عليك القانون وبحطك في السجن لمدة 3 سنوات. ما بقدر أجاملك، هذا قانون دولة، هذا مخطوط ومرسوم عليه من سلطة تشريعية ومرسوم سلطاني، بدي أطبق عليك في حال توافرت فيك الشروط أنك فعلا أنت معتدي. بالتالي تسجن لمدة 3 سنوات، بالتالي تغرم بغرامة لا تقل عن 2000 ريال عماني ولا تزيد عن 10,000 ريال عماني. الخاتمة لهذه المداخلة، تفرض علينا النزاهة الأكاديمية في إعداد البحوث القانونية إلى أهمية قصوى في التعامل مع تطورات الذكاء الاصطناعي. التعامل مع الذكاء الاصطناعي، شات جي بي تي، جوجل، باحث أكاديمي، باحث قانوني، أي شيء قدامك استعمله، بس حتى وأنت تستعمله لابد أنك تكون حذر أن لا تقع، أن تأخذ وتلصق. ليش؟ أنا كنت راح تقع في الجرائم اللي أنا أشرت لها قبل قليل. أيضا النقطة من مداخلتي اللي أحب إني أوجه إلها لعل وعسى الأكاديميين الموجودين أنهم يأخذوا بها في مؤسساتهم التعليمية والأكاديمية. دائما وأبدا شو بنقول؟ دائما وأبدا نقول بأن يجب على كل عمل بحثي أو تأليفي لطالب العلم، شو ما كان مسماه، دكتور يعتبر طالب علم، طالب عادي يعتبر طالب علم، أن يضع هذا المؤلف على أيقونات الذكاء الاصطناعي لمعرفة نسبة الاقتباس أو الاستلال أو السرقة. مش هذا المعتمد دكتور ياسر؟ فبيعطيك النسبة من 100، تحت 20 أمورك سليمة ومشرفك سليم وجامعتك سليمة، فوق 20 في دينجرس، خطر في الموضوع، صح ولا لا؟ أيوة. حتى لما تنشر بحوث في مجلات معينة برضو في نسبة استلال معينة لما تحطها على أيقونة إلكترونية معينة. الآن دائما وين نضع الحق ونطبق القانون على الشخص المعتدي. طيب إذا كان هذا الشخص طيب حسن النية، ما بدي أعرف بهذه البرامج، أليس الأولى أن هذه الجهات التي ستنشر فكرة أو عمله الإبداعي أو مؤلفه الذي قام بتأليفه، أليس من الأولى يا دكتور موسى أن تقوم هي بهذه المهمة بدلا من أن يقوم هو بهذه المهمة؟ نعم، إحنا عندنا في القانون مصطلح قانوني شو يقول لك؟ البينة على من ادعى واليمين على من أنكر. عندك بينة قدمها، أنت بريء. ما عندك بينة جيب القرآن بحلفك عليه، أقسم بالله العظيم أنني بريء سيادة. صح ولا لا؟ ليش أنا أصل لهذه المرحلة؟ إحنا اليوم مجتمعين لأجل نزاهة أكاديمية. إحنا اليوم قاعدين نبحث موضوع الشات جي بي تي والآي وغيرها من المصطلحات داخلة علينا جديدة، صح ولا لا؟ أنت يا معلم النشر، أنت يا جامعة، أنت يا كلية، أنت يا مدرسة، أنت يعني شو ما كان نشاطك اللي أنت باعث إلى هذا المحتوى العلمي اللي راح يقوم بنشره إلك، الأولى قبل أن أضع الاتهام على صاحب المقالة أو الكتاب أو المؤلف أن تتولى هي ماذا؟ عملية فحصه والتأكد بأنه غير مسروق أو لا يوجد فيه نسبة استلال عالية أو نسبة اقتباس أعلى عما هو مطلوب. هذه النصيحة التي أقدمها في ختام مداخلتي لهذا اليوم. أسعدكم الله وأحسن إليكم وبارك فيكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مشكلتنا ما بنجامل القانونيين، 1 زائد 1 يساوي 2.
Thank you, Dr. Majid, for shedding light on the role of legislation in maintaining academic integrity. And I hope that all researchers will be aware of these regulations and abide by them. Our last presentation will be entitled Trust, Truth, and Technology, Upholding Academic Integrity in the AI Century. The presentation will be delivered by Mr. Lu'ay Al-Bushawar. Lu'ay Al-Bushawar is a PhD student at Royal University, Canada, focusing on machine learning and multimodal detection. He is the Chief AI Officer and co-founder of Maidan AI, with over 20 years of experience in government, technology, and artificial intelligence. As a voting committee member for the Artificial Intelligence and Deep Learning at the World of AI Council, he has advised governments and enterprises on AI governance, digital transformation, and responsible adoption. An AI ERP integration specialist, Lu'ay has spent over 18 years leading enterprise projects in the federal government sector, aligning AI solutions with ER systems to optimize operations. Mr. Lu'ay has designed and delivered programs that have trained more than 15,000 professionals worldwide in AI, Industry 4.0, and leadership. He holds certifications from MIT, the University of Waterloo. A frequent keynote speaker and educator, Lu'ay brings a global perspectives shaped by professional experience across Canada, Oman, and international markets.
First of all, I would like to thank you guys for having us here today. And of course, we are talking about one of the most important topics, which is the integrity about specializing in the academy. I'm bringing here, I would like to say, like maybe I will be kind of summarizing what my colleagues they talked about today. And they asked me just to go quick today, so I will be just going so quick today. We will just keep on the important stuff while I'm moving. So basically, we call academic integrity, there is something called the T triangle. T triangle is trust and truth and technology. So they are all connected together, and that's what all together will actually be combined together will be the academic integrity. So we will see soon how that will be kind of they will be talking to each other. So AI is no longer just a future possible for universities and schools, and we all admit that. So it's not a luxury thing that we think about. It's just something mandatory that we all have to have, and we have to believe that it's in our life. And to do so, there is a statistics that came up by, probably you can see it from here, from study.com. There was a survey in 2023. That 2023 there was about like 89% of students they used ChatGPT at that time, that 2023. So probably now we are talking about like we're way above. It's about almost 100%, right? So but that's statistically trend. That's why I brought this one here. So from student side, I just want to go in details, but that's what's happening. Student side and faculty side. That's how they see in 2023 the AI integrity going. Okay. So just gonna move fast. So there was a lot of stuff, so I'm just gonna stop here. So probably you heard a lot today about plagiarism. So probably we didn't define it So there was, before AI coming in, that word, that was true. So they were talking about it. So if we would like to define plagiarism, it's in simple words, I would say it's a person writes something and another person copy it without giving credit. That simple way that before AI, that's what it used to be. And at that time, plagiarism is focused on copying, and ownership of words. And the policy at that time, they were designed to detect the dishonesty, not to guide the creation. So it's all based on what the human rights actually, what they write. So that was the topics is about. So in simple other words, we assume that we know who wrote what. That's how it is. So then I just want to stop here. It stops me here. I was watching Trisha Gallant. She's a director of academic integrity at University of California. Actually, she wrote many books actually in integrity, and she said we need to get in front of this quickly and realize that there's a synchronous learning and practically a synchronous assessment are over. So what we understand from this simply, we understand one thing, that before, let's speak about after COVID, we start having something called asynchronous teaching, which is when a student, they are learning and studying online. That's called asynchronous learning. And they do assignments, tests, and all that stuff online. At that time, that was called asynchronous learning. And at that point, he works by himself with one paper, with one his mind, and teachers, they're not watching him. So they don't know what he's doing, but they did believe that everything coming out of it is from his mind at that time, at COVID time. But when the AI comes, actually, it's not true anymore, because they don't know who wrote what. What he wrote from his mind and what the AI wrote actually. So that will bring another thing that probably we need to change remove the A from here and just speak about synchronous, where teachers now and students, they need to work together. So they have to change that philosophy that used to happen after COVID to brought AI into place and start to think about asynchronous. It used to work before, but now no way it's going to work, because there's no way that you can detect if the student actually wrote that by himself or with the help. So, the new question, before we talk about plagiarism, and now things has changed to something called the authorship. Authorship, or we call it ownership. They have the exact same thing. So authorship is when your ideas have your fingerprint. And I think the slides that we had today, they had the fingerprint on it. And that's what exactly things has changed. So now the authorship is when your ideas have your fingerprints, even if AI help you write them. So in the age of AI, learning and writing are no longer private or isolated. So AI tools generate, assist, create, which makes it harder to know who the real author is. And that's true, and we try to solve that. So if an idea comes from an AI trained on millions or trillions even of human voices, who actually owns the world? So that's what we need to know. And that was something that one of my colleagues talked about it. Who owns what? So who owns the world, actually? So authorship today is not about who tied the word. It's about who owns the thinking. It's who actually thinks. Is that AI? We're not talking about let's stop talking about ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is just a small tiny thing in the AI system. There are thousands and hundreds of thousands. Soon we will have tools. So ChatGPT is just a small thing in there. So this is the big question here that we have. It's about owns the thinking. That's what important part. So, when help becomes dishonest. So, basically what we need to speak here about is AI should be a tool for thinking, not a replacement, as you guys need to understand it. And actually my topic is dedicated just to academic and education. Probably if I switch to a different sector as AI consultant, I would change the wording. But, oh my God. So AI itself is not a problem when what? We use it in a right way. I'm just gonna not go through all of them, but just to move quickly because I know that. And oh, this is I did something wrong. I just want to make sure. Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. Sorry about that. Okay. And so this is the AI itself is not a problem when it's used that way. And dishonesty when you're using that in other way, which is all these listed, copying the full answer, submitting them as your own, that's dishonesty. Using fake AI, generated source or citation, that's a dishonesty. Hiding AI use when it's influenced most of the world, that's dishonest. So that's another interesting thing I would just like to speak about it quickly here. Creating AI resistant. So why it is matter? AI, we like it or we dislike it, it's going to stay and it will influence our life. We like it or we don't like it, it's going to be here. So we have to accept it. We can't avoid AI, absolutely. So we have to deal with AI, and our teachers need to understand that they need to collaborate with AI, not to actually, I would just say, slice them themselves from AI. So they have to live with it. So AI is here to stay. Assessment must evolve. So the goal is to design a learning task that value human thinking, not just output. That's why I said, like teachers, they have to live the AI. It's important that teachers understand AI. And what we did found from many organizations I work with that actually they know nothing more than AI is a ChatGPT. And that's all. And even, they struggle using it. And that's a problem when we come to deal with teaching our students on how to use and deal with AI. So how we can make assessment stronger? We need to ask our students to show their steps, outline, draft, and show our final work, mix written work with tasks, with talk, like have teachers talking and ask the students how you actually came to this conclusion. Show me how you approach that. So it's important that you have a synchronous talk with your students. So it's not anymore that you don't know what your student is doing and where the data is coming from and how he approached that at the end. So let them write a short reflection about how they built their answer. That's very important as well. So another quickly things I'm just going to move towards building a culture of integrity in the age of AI. Students actually don't learn integrity from policy or long policies because, to be honest, none of us probably they are willing to read full 50 pages of policies written. They just ignore it. So what happened is we learn to accept or agree on policies based on what we see and what our teachers they do. I'm just talking about the academic side. So teachers they model the honesty. So what my teacher does, I will be copying. It's very important to know that. And the students will mirror you, of course. So will copy you. So Our teachers, they need to move from what it's called here, from policing to partnering. Don't just catch cheaters and find out who used AI, but simply distinguish. Replace suspicious with a trust. It's very important. Turn AI from a threat into a teaching tool. Let the student like using AI, but under a policy. Under a policy is very important. They will use it. You like it or you dislike it. They will use it. But if you teach them how to use it, this is when you get the right outcome. So the outcome, students stop fighting AI use and they start thinking about it. So they start talking about it. So they will even tell the teacher that I used AI. I used AI, but I used it in this way. And that's what we really want. They will use AI, we like it or we don't like it. That's the end of it. Conversation that builds character. So integrity doesn't start with a rule, it starts with a conversation. And that's what it's very, very important. So discuss, so what our responsibility as a teacher, doctor, towards our students is to discuss AI ethics in every subject. It's very important. Show how responsibly. As a teacher, of course, you use AI and you will use AI, regardless. You need to tell your students as well that I use AI and this is how I used it. If you use AI, tell your students. So that builds trust between you and your students as well. Write a class AI agreement together. Like example, put three rules is on how to and how not to. Tell your students that you are allowed to do this and this and that with AI, and you're not allowed to do this and that. So that way you set a rules and trust. 3 minutes? Okay, 1 minute. Okay, reward honesty. So don't ground, if a student tells you, I use AI, never ground them. Just even reward them for being honest. So that way you build more trust. So missing from the extensive consulting I have been doing is there is something missing which is called the AI literacy. Students, they know nothing about AI more than ChatGPT and how to write prompt and that's all. And teachers are the same way. So we recommend that AI literacy is to be a mandatory subject as well in every single of their actually universities at their first year. It's very important because it becomes like, we remember we used to have the computer literacy before, like Word, Excel. AI has become a mandatory and it should be a mandatory subject as well. And teachers as well, they need to be learn that as well. Okay, so what is the AI literacy? Just simply understanding how AI works, teach the skills, ethics, and why it matters. When students understand the AI, they stop fearing it, and that's very important, and that's it. That's all about it. Okay? So this is about us. So we are Canadian and Hawaiian company as well, like here, and we are specialized in all the stuff that you see. Okay, cool. Thank you. نعم؟ والله.
Thank you, Dr. Rai.
إيه والله أخذتها كمان.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. I'm sorry for not giving you enough time to go through all your presentation, but for sure, in the discussion panel, you will have enough time to answer to give more information and explanation about AI and in relation to academic integrity. So I'd like to invite you, Dr. Majid and Dr. Khadija, and Dr. Prof. Fatma. Yes, please. First, we'd like again to thank all our distinguished speakers for their insightful presentations and for sharing their experience with the audience. First, I'd like to focus on just one point, is that all the presentations focus on one thing. Today, the question is not whether to ban or allow the use of AI. AI has become reality. We can't ignore it. So the question is how to incorporate AI and use it with responsibility, efficiency, and honesty. I think all the presentations focus on this. And Dr. Majid focuses on legislation, the role of legislation, دور التشريعات في حماية academic integrity. So probably all of us agree that there is a need for the spread of a culture of academic integrity. It's not just by enacting laws to protect academic integrity, but it should be a culture. So, any questions from our distinguished audience?
Assalamu alaikum. Excuse me, just to introduce myself, Nasr al-Naimi, Board of Directors member at BUC. So thank you for all presentations, which were actual real added value for all the attendees today. But thoughts are drifting in my mind to a conclusion question about all of things related to AI. So is the University of Future the university that has only one major, which is AI, and all applications and all the other subjects are applications to AI? Is it expected to reach that stage in the next few years or decades? This is the question. دكتورة أنت تدافعين عن العقل البشري بس تقولين لا.
العقل البشري وعن جميع العلوم وليس العقل البشري بس. But you need just to focus on AI to be the whole major under this. This is not right. Every science has its right to stay and to be developed and to be used for human beings. This is my opinion. And I will leave it for others to say what they think.
And Nasser, are you saying that we don't need to prepare doctors?
No.
AI can be our doctors?
No.
Or are you saying that we need to prepare doctors, but AI can help our doctors to do their job in a better way?
Yes, exactly. I cannot say it in the way what you said. Of course, it's possible. But I mean, it's a loop that AI, it's a loop which is just rounding and cycling. AI is emerging with some problems, and then AI again solving that problem, and then again another AI solving that problem. So policies will never end for AI. So this is the exact. But of course, full respect to.
I'm just trying to answer in that simple language. I do believe that AI is there. It's a potential. It is bringing to us lots of opportunities for the betterment of education. I think I was started with Dr. Hay and I did my PhD in the period of 2014 up until 2018. And I told Hay, if ChatGPT was there at that time, it would make my life easier. I mean, 10 hours per day reviewing the literature, reading thousands of articles and books and blah, blah, blah. So there are potentials, and no one can deny that. And it is bringing us lots of solutions, quick solutions. But is it going to replace all our majors in the future? We will still need our doctors and to prepare our doctors in a way that are humane, dealing with human people. We will still, I do believe, according to my reading, I mean, I am a researcher and I do read a lot of research. We still need to prepare our teachers to become humane teachers, how to deal with students. But how, when we prepare our different, let's say, majors related, how can the AI, or let's say the revolution in technology, help us within those majors to prepare them in a better way? Nowadays, let me tell you, my daughter is doing her degree in medicine in one of the universities in Ireland. And during one of the modules in the summer, she she was like taking their history, giving them the medication and everything. So, yani, what I'm saying is AI is helping a lot with all our sciences, but I do not believe that it's going to delete all our majors because we will still in the future need our doctors, teachers, blah, blah, blah.
I don't mean they cancel all majors, I just mean that they direct them in AI to the same major. This is what I mean.
Thank you. I will add in a small question and a comment about the department we're talking about is in the brain of the human. To duplicate the human brain, I need supercomputer, a lot of the algorithms, big data and everything. But the question is coming here, do I need to duplicate it? Do I need to duplicate the human brain? As machine AI, right now, already know our own language. The machine AI brought the language down, how we talk, how we feeling, how everything. Actually, AI doesn't need a human in 5 years. So all the majors, like the doctors and everything, it will be replacing if we still acting in the same way we're acting right now. Now, in the meantime, we have to think about hybrid move between the machine and the human. We are not depending on anything.
Will you invent robotics that is half human and half artificial intelligence?
On the way.
I will not be surprised.
On the way, on the way to process. No, but in the medical, yes, the reading report by AI, but it approved by the doctor together. But have to read it. But here we're talking about this 2 years or 3 years. As mentioned, doctor, after 5 years, everything will be changed. So the rural regulation we're going to put it is not should be acting for 2 years. We should be acting after 10 years. It's not like that. So my question is here. Are we ready?
To be honest, I don't know what will happen in the soon future. I can't say what will happen after a year. What I'm saying that what I believe in, when I use artificial intelligence or whenever I use it in daily life, I use it as another copy of Father. This is me. I use it like 10 hands helping me. But I don't use it to replace my mind. What to do, what to do. When there is like 30 mails and I have to respond to them in this day. So I do some, but I keep some, just write it by myself. But what will happen next month? I can't say. maybe we will find the robotics that will do all of our stuff and then we will just sit and see it.
Are we ready? And I'm sorry to say we are not. We are not ready at this stage. We need to be honest about where we are. I don't believe that we are ready for all of this revolution in the AI and in the technology. In paper, we are saying, yes, we are excellent paper-wise. We Arabs, let's say GCCs. But when it comes to the real practice, there is a lot that needs to be done from our side. We must be we're working on like catching up with this, how fast the technology is going, and integrating it in a very good way into our systems that will help make our life and our students' life easier and prepare a better generation of students. Today, my younger daughter is when she is chatting with me, telling me that, Mama, you are doing a presentation this way. No one is using it. Go to Copilot.
Yeah.
What is Copilot, Mama? So we need, our education system needs to update itself. Otherwise, we will come at a stage that we as teachers standing in front of our students and our students are way ahead in technology from us. We need to do a lot. Government-wise, institutions-wise, teachers-wise, the entire system. نحتاج إلى صحوة. صحوة ويعني وتمكين أيضا. Empowerment must be there.
Any other questions?
I just want to comment a little bit on I completely disagree actually with you. Disagree. Because as you did mention a word and you keep saying it, AI is a revolution. So AI is like electricity. When electricity came, we couldn't ignore it, and we can't ignore electricity
and say, I'm gonna stop using electricity. So AI is exactly the same. AI is not, as we keep talking about, is ChatGPT and presentation and research. Yeah, I understand, but AI is bigger than that. If we come to the next stage, which is a machine learning, that used in medicine, that used in space, that used in most important daily lives that we do, that we might, guys, we not recognize. AI in every actually single step that we do every day. In your phone, it exists almost 10, 20 years ago. So AI, if we're gonna keep resisting, I'm telling you, after 5 years, we will be replaced. That's for sure. So we can't resist. We have to go in parallel. Otherwise, we will be definitely replaced. Well, it depends on how we act towards it.
Expecting 5 years from now.
He's more honest. He's more honest.
Any other questions or comments?
I'm happy that there are no questions about QA. I don't know how many ATIs are here, and I'm so happy that there are no questions from QA. The message I'm receiving is that, alhamdulillah, our ATIs are ready. They understand everything about our QA system and standards.
I have a question for water related. Do you have any plans in the future to use AI to analyze the institution's reports?
Yes. We already started actually. The report you have seen, we have systems that we customize systems, built-in systems, and we started actually using it in analyzing our previous reports. In the future, part of our digital transformation, we are thinking of this as, let's say, yes, when the ATI will submit the self-study itself, which is the submission, we are planning that to take it through the AI, and the AI look at the unified system. So BUC, for example, does have a policy on academic integrity. However, there is no implementation. Then when the panel comes to the review, the first initial review is done by the machine. The review panel will look at it. We do have that potential, and we hope
we can use the same technology like an external reviewer to our self-assessment report. Because it's the same idea.
Yeah, but you need to ensure that the ethical, not an open source, that sources were built in for you, that sources were built in for BUC. Otherwise, your report will be publicly seen by anyone, and there are risks of the, AI, yes, security and the information, confidentiality of those reports for us.
يعني كل شيء مرده هو القانون، حتى الطبيب إذا أخطأ نحن له بالمرصاد. بالتالي إذا تجاوزت الإشارة الحمراء يجب أن يطبق عليك القانون. كيفما عندما أتجاوز مستقبل وأشياء. الإمام الشافعي قال: أنصب فإن لذيذ العيش في النصب. إني رأيت وقوف الماء يفسده، إن سال طاب وإن لم يجر لم يطب. والأسد لولا فراق الغاب ما افترست، والسهم لولا فراق القوس لم تصب. والتبر كالترب ملقى في أماكنه، والعود في أرضه نوع من الحطب. من حيث بالتالي أنتم طلبة العلم، أنتم نهضة عمان، أنتم نهضة الوطن العربي، نهضة الإسلام والمسلمين. ما المطلوب؟ المطلوب أن نأتي بجديد. انظر إلى جميع من هم موجودين في المستشفيات الخارجية أو في كعالمين نوويين وما شابه ذلك، من أين هم؟ شو أصولهم؟ عربية. عقل العربي لا يعلى عليه، عقل نظيف. بدليل كل الموجودين ما شاء الله. بالتالي لابد أن تكون النزاهة الأكاديمية عندنا. جماعة نستطيع أن نرتقي، والله نستطيع. والله يعني أنا خدمت في السعودية 8 سنوات، خدمت في الأردن، خدمت في عمان وأتشرف 4 سنوات. أنا عندما أنظر إلى العقول العربية التي أدرسها هي عقول جميلة، ولكن تحتاج إلى من يحك هذا المعدن النظيف، من يوجه هذا المعدن النظيف خير توجيه. هذه أمانة بين إيدينا، تنطلق من عندنا تنتهي عند أبنائنا. بالتالي ابدأ من حيث ما انتهى غيرك لكي تعطي العالم والإنسانية شيء جديد ليكن مغفرة لك يوم القيامة عند الله. شكرا.
Thank you, our distinguished keynote speakers, and thank you again for your contribution to our Academic Quality Day. We wish to see you again in the future conferences and forums and seminars. Thank you.
Before we conclude, we would like to take a moment to recognize the valuable contributions of our esteemed keynote speakers, whose insight have enriched the vision and purpose of this conference. It is my pleasure to invite Sheikh Ahmed bin Nasser al-Naimi, Chairman for Al-Bahraini University College, and Professor Yasser Fuad, Dean of Al-Bahraini University College, to present certificates of appreciation to our distinguished speakers in recognition of